She will be coming around for her second lap now. Looks like we are experiencing some difficulties in our secondary camera system, but that is getting resolved imminently. We just watched one of the officials walk right in front of the timing system, which is generally frowned upon. Right now, on the monitor that we have here to, well, monitor what's going on, we just see footage of ourselves instead of the race that's happening right now.
Yeah, I was hoping, Jamie, can we get that just down the final stretch camera going? It looks like
now this athlete is coming in for her last 100 meters of her 800-meter leg, and I believe she's going to hand the baton off to a second runner. Generally, you only want to run one leg per athlete in a race. Now, if we go to the finish line camera, we can see the handoff right there in lane 1 as the second leg begins.
Luckily, there aren't any coach's back pockets in this shot. Let's see if we can get that tracking shot from the hill.
Looked to be about a 2-minute and 45-second 800 on the first leg. Same time, it looks like there was just a hammer throw.
I'm not sure if they're just warming up, though.
Neither do I. We had to use my phone to get our internet connection that we're streaming off of today, which means that I can't use it to read off the live stats that are provided by our partners at athleticlive.com.
Jamie, can I get my phone?
Athletic.net. Huh? Live.tf is actually the URL. But it looks like Corbin has six more laps to go. That can't be right. Yes, one of our club members, Kellen Vikison, actually works for the timing company. And I blame him for anything that goes wrong with any aspect of this stream. I do believe I have the broadcast iPad in my backpack, but I doubt it's charged. I also do not believe I have a second charger since my phone is on one so that we don't lose
internet. This is really interesting
right
stuff. You keep talking about that. I'm going to go get that figured out.
She puts one foot in front of the other as she comes around this track. By golly, she is running and she is racing. It's going to be the big pocket against my notepad. It appears that she's coming down the second stretch or the first stretch for her second lap. And you know what? I'm going to say that I predict Corbin is going to win the women's 4x800 meter relay. Just keeping a very well-mannered pace, not putting out too much energy so that she can maintain a strong finish is my prediction. I have no idea. I've never seen this person before in my life, and I don't know what her race strategy is. She's coming down the straightaway. I think we may need to adjust our final stretch camera. Now we switch to the finish line. We can see another handoff. For just one moment, I'm going to step away and adjust that straightaway camera. But I will continue yapping because we have better retention on streams when there is audio to go along with it. It looks like they have pretty consistent splits. The last leg ended at a 5:45, which puts her at about, I think, 2 minutes and 30-something seconds for the second leg of the relay from the Corbin women's team for the 4x800 meter relay. The current time is 6 minutes and 40 seconds into the race as they come along for the second lap from the third athlete. We have found the charger. We may have live stats momentarily. Maybe if we take that power strip and put it on the table, it will be long enough that we can actually use the iPad while we're up here. And there we go. Looks like it is coming along, maybe. Turn on. Skyler, why don't you speak for a couple moments while I figure out what's going on?
What a great idea. Well, we've got some fantastic weather out here for sitting under a tent. Later in this afternoon, it might get just a little hot for some of these athletes, so hopefully they'll be able to power through and keep up their fantastic records. And we've got the handoff right here to the next athlete.
Less than 3 amps, because that's what the other camera runs on, and it won't run on our camera. It's USB-C.
Yeah. Hopefully we're approaching the end of our technical issues. We have our athlete rounding that final corner.
With just one leg to go, I think.
And it'd be nice if I knew their names. I didn't have to call them all the athlete.
Yes. It would be even better if we could even know which school was competing at which time.
Well, looks like it's Corbin right now.
Yes. All right.
All right. That's the last lap bell that's been sounded right there. Wonderful shot of the official here. Hopefully we can get... There we go. We can switch to the hill camera as she rounds the bend behind the throwing net.
The race time is now 10 minutes and 12 seconds. Corbin's still in the lead, coming around with a last leg on the second stretch of her first lap. A firm hold on the baton.
All right. Hitting that final stretch, clearing the finish line right now. Let's see what we're looking at for the final time.
I think we're coming up on the last 400 meters.
Right there.
I was
All
incorrect.
right.
Looks like 10 minutes, 51 seconds.
51.36. I have no idea if that's any good, but
that firmly solidifies the win for Corbin University's women's team on the 4x800 meter relay race. As you can see on our camera now, I'm holding the power button on this iPad, and it's still not turning on.
Maybe plugging it in will help. But hey, it looks like we have the men's some sort of relay about to begin here.
I'll just let that sit for a minute now. Now this is the men's 4x800 meter relay.
Right.
It looks like there are, in fact, more than one team competing in this one, Skylar.
We've got two. This is the historical moment for today's event.
Are you sure it's just two? It might be three.
We're looking at three. We're looking at Bushnell, British Columbia, and our very own Oregon Tech. We'll see if any more are about to be reported.
It would be nice if they restricted the track area for staff and athletes.
Oh, Chaz. Is this Chaz right here? All right, our future commentators.
Starting up. If we go to the finish line camera, we might be able to watch the beginning of this race.
Right. Yeah, it looks like it is, in fact, three competitors.
Who is on camera 1 right now?
I haven't been to enough track events. That starting pistol's going to get me. Can we... We've got it. Can we switch that to camera 1?
I will be right back to troubleshoot this camera 1 feed issue.
We're going to go see if the guy who knows things is also the guy who can fix things. In the meantime, I don't know how biased we're allowed to be. I mean, we're hosting it and we're broadcasting it, so I'm going to root for the guy in blue personally. But I'll try not to say anything mean about the other schools. I appreciate everyone coming out here, and I appreciate that we're able to host some events again. Looks like they're approaching our stretch right here. The end of their first lap. Our first runner crossed the line at 57 seconds, approximately. British Columbia, first place. Oregon Tech in second. 7 laps to go. This Chaz fella has a lot of fans in the audience.
That does make sense because we are hosting a home track meet.
That's true, but this guy in particular, I mean, I'd be impressed if the energy is matched for every single one of our athletes, but I'm hoping for it.
Chaz will also be joining us later to provide some live commentary for the stream.
And unlike us, he knows what he's talking about.
He also knows the athletes, names, and faces.
That's super helpful, I gotta say. Considering
Looks
we
like
don't.
There is an even split between the athletes as they come down the final 100 meters of the first leg.
Right, and here's the handoff. British Columbia leading. Oregon Tech in second place right there, followed by Bushnell.
Looks like UBC came out at 57.40 for the first leg. Bushnell 59.24, and Oregon Tech at 2 minutes. Wait a second.
2 minutes, 4 seconds.
UBC was 2 minutes and 1 second 41 for the first leg. Oregon Tech 2:04 and Bushnell 2:06 on the first 800 meters. Now, I'm no broadcasting expert, but it sure looks like Aiden, our camera 2 operator, has his tension a little bit too tight on the pan setting of his tripod.
Yeah, that thing was giving me issues just last week. All right, I like this final stretch view.
Here we go. Finishing the first 400 meters of the second leg. Coming in.
Looks like we've got hammer throw up as well now.
Yeah. We just registered Leah Tweed at 36.67 feet for her second attempt in the hammer throw. UBC still in the lead, 3 minutes and 4 seconds for their first 3 laps. Oregon Tech at 3:07 for the first 3 laps. And Bushnell for 3 minutes and 9 seconds for the first 3 laps of the 4x8.
Now, are we using feet or meters?
I'm not sure. probably meters. Now that you mention
Meters
it.
seems more likely. That's
38.67 meters from Leah Tweed. Emily Bittler at 37 meters, maybe.
37 somethings.
And Soa Maliga, that is probably incredibly disrespectful to speak like or say it like that. Here we have the third leg.
Got
Second
UBC.
leg taken.
A sizable lead. Oregon Tech hanging on to second place. With Bushnell not too far behind.
And the handoff from Bushnell just happened right there.
All right, the third leg has just begun.
Well, yeah, I know this guy. It looks like we have our very own Thomas Long warming up here at the finish line. He'll be taking the baton for Oregon Tech next in 2 laps.
If you can hear the other Oregon Tech athletes behind us, they're telling him to run with speed.
I got to say, the coaching staff is incredible. These are really incredible strategies being pioneered out here. Wow, UBC has an impressive lead as they've just crossed our finish line.
That's nearly 150 meters ahead of them, ahead of second and third place.
Looks like we're seeing Oregon Tech falling a little bit behind here. I have no doubt his second win is going to kick in as he begins this athlete begins their final lap.
It is often said that the fourth runner, the anchor, should be the fastest on the team.
Yeah, I mean, Thomas is a member of Greek Life here, and he can host a good party. Let's see if he can run 2 laps real fast. UBC with the handoff onto their final athlete. As you can see here, we've got Bushnell and Oregon Tech rounding their final turn for the handoff. Right, Bushnell with the handoff. Thomas in position for the last one.
Thomas
All right, and off he goes, looking to make up for lost time.
finishing or beginning with a strong kick at the beginning of the beginning 100 meters of the race.
Right, looks like there's a chance that he can beat
Yes.
Bushnell if he really wants it. But I got to
About-
say, UBC's got an impressive lead.
200 meters behind UBC. I
Last
would
lap.
say at this point, UBC is likely the favorite to win the race.
If I was a betting man, and I am, though I don't know if I can say we're not betting on this.
Oh, unfortunately, we are not.
Allowed to, or we're not doing it?
Well, I did ask the powers that be if we could run pools through Oregon Tech Broadcasting as a fundraiser. And I was advised that that would be illegal because gambling is regulated.
Surely unfortunate. Maybe if we broadcast from nearest reservation, the regulations will be different. Here we go. Thomas Long crossing the finish line for his last lap. Let's see what he can do with it.
It looks like we're UBC coming down the final stretch for the end of the race. Looks to be about, I would call 8:08 for the finish. And I was wrong, 8:06.
8:06, an impressive
The
run.
First team is finished with a total time, official time, that will be posted in a second, of it has not updated yet. It still shows 1 to go for UBC, although we do have footage of them going every lap that they needed. Thomas Long closing the gap.
Picking up speed.
Looks like he, unfortunately, is not closing the gap fast enough. Bushnell finishes second place around 8 minutes and 43 seconds. 41. And Oregon Tech finishes.
Let's see the official number.
All right, the official stats, which you can see on screen, are 8 minutes and 6.27 seconds from UBC. Bushnell coming in 8 minutes 41.83 seconds. And Oregon Tech, our home team here at the John F. Mull Field, finishing 8 minutes and 51.06 seconds.
Let's check in on the hammer throw real quick. It looks like women's hammer throw is still going on. Hopefully we can get some shots of that.
Yeah, I mean, there should be others around that are charged. Looks like the 7th seat, Janisha Green, has thrown her 3rd attempt. So they're going out to measure as we speak. Looks like the official measurement should be coming in momentarily. It looks like instead of displaying the women's hammer throw result on a screen that I can view, they instead switch to the next athlete, which is Felicia Franco. Seat number 5, attempt number 3.
Hopefully we can pull those stats for you soon onto the stream overlay.
She winds up sending a strong throw into the center of the field. We now have power on the iPad, which we are going to use to pull up live stats. I do think that it would be wise to let it marinate for a minute and gain less than 1% charge. I almost just made a grave mistake with the one spare monitor we have to view the program feed up here. The time is 2:27. We're in the midst of throwing events. It looks like pole vault is either warming up or getting ready to begin. Unfortunately, it looks like we are using the long jump pit for this meet that we cannot reach with the cameras that we have.
Our next hammer throw attempt was just made. Soon we'll get you those numbers. We're working on it.
Do we have a live overlay for the shot put and the throwing event?
Great.
Okay. It is in progress. Our esteemed program director for today's meet, Ryan Skinner, is on the case. Must now connect this to the hotspot I am generating from my phone that we are now running a third device off of.
Yeah, it looks like we've got Clash Royale up. Finally. And to the 3 people watching this, I'm sure you cannot wait for a real commentator who knows what they're talking about to get onto the stand. All right, our next attempt for hammer throw happening right now. There's the toss.
You know, Skylar, my biggest fear is that there are actually people watching this stream.
We've got 1. All right. Well, to our 1 viewer. Oh, 10. 0
viewers. Oh boy.
That's
no.
A little terrifying.
All right. I am installing the YouTube app right now so we can look at your chat messages. And also going to live.tf.
Live.tf?
I think it's live.tf.
It's live.tf. Should be in the description of the stream. If you'd like up-to-date stats, I recommend pulling up that website there. We'll do our best to get them onto the stream, but for now, it's a little more interesting than listening to us yap.
Cascade Collegiate Conference Outdoor Track and Field Championships. Here we go.
All right, and the next throw attempt right now looks like from Emily Bittler. So I heard that we have a question. Will this be available for viewing later? Yes, absolutely. So we are streaming this and recording it. The full video will be available on YouTube on this channel right here, Oregon Tech Broadcasting. It should be made available through the athletics website as well, I believe. At least a link to the video if you ever have trouble finding it. Looks like we've got some stats on the screen just in time to see Grace Osborne's throw. Grace Osborne's attempt measured at 39.43 meters. Am I reading this wrong? I got a weird look. You know, yeah, it's been brought to my attention that 40 meters is maybe a little, that's quite a ways, but maybe I just believe in our athletes. I'm just a glass half full kind of guy.
All right, we have our stats tablet here ready to go.
I've got the chat. 15 viewers. Thank you to the 15 of you guys tuning into this.
Looks like the current leader for the women's hammer throw is Tiffany Tone from the College of Idaho, measuring in at 42.06 feet. It is meters.
It is meters.
42.06 meters. The world record is 89 meters, which is a little over double what the leader of this meet is throwing.
I'm sure that's Olympic level. I mean,
yeah, it must be. I'm going to turn off my radio here so that we don't hear production communications on the stream. It's probably not needed. All right. Up now. Is this Grace Osborne?
Osborne is up for her next attempt.
Her previous mark was 39.43 feet. Let's
Meters.
see how she meters. Let's see how she does now.
Oh, actually, we completely lied. Looks like we've got a different athlete up on the plate.
Up now is, yes, Gabrielle Tata Rodriguez from Corbin University, getting ready to throw. Grace Osborne's last mark was 39.43 meters. Meters are kind of just a less accurate yard, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, I understand that we've got some of our friends from up north around here. So
Yes.
perhaps it's been translated for them, but around here, we believe yards are superior.
America is known for its hospitality, especially here in Klamath Falls.
Yes, people famously think America has the better hospitality when compared to Canada.
Yes, I've read that in a book.
Which book? Citing your source?
Yes, Skylar Beck, this will be on during running events, but at the current time, there are no running events going. concluded so far are the men's and women's 4x800 meter relay race. Stats are available at live.tf.com, or we can go through and read them.
A couple of the events are going to overlap just a little bit, so we're going to do our best to follow each individual event all the way through to the end, and then we'll switch over to the in-progress one. So we may miss a few athletes' attempts, unfortunately, but
luckily, all of the stats are available from athletictiming.net, one of our proud partners here at the CCC Conference Championship, hosted at Oregon Tech. It looks like Gabrielle Tata Rodriguez is still up. Our scoreboard here is showing that this will be her first attempt. Though I thought Corbin had a different color uniform.
according to our live stats, we're about to see a throw attempt.
And boy, are we at the edge of our seat to see that. I do wonder if they are still, some of the throwers, warming up, or if they are in full swing in the actual event. Looks like one of the timing technicians has just stepped into the timing command center in a van right across the way from us. I wonder if the lack of updates on the website is because
I'm going to go see if he's got an excuse for us.
he's waving over one of our employees. There may be an issue with the reporting system. He is now fleeing from Skylar, who is over to inquire about what's going on.
Unfortunately, he was unavailable for comment. Seems to be busy or something.
Right, there's a throw from unknown thrower.
Should have been a throw from Tata Rodriguez. Quite a toss.
Stats. Different people so far.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I was speculating that there may be an error in the reporting system and the way that it interfaces with the internet.
You know, they're really far away, so it's kind of hard to tell who's up there.
It is difficult. We are also on a really, really good monitor that we cannot see at all because of massive amounts of glare and the fact that it's not a good monitor. It's really old and not bright at all.
Yeah, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say we've been calling the wrong people by the wrong names.
I do believe it was previously working, but it does not seem to be now. Did Kellen have any comment regarding why we're not seeing live stats on this?
Looks like the stats people are picking up a couple volunteers here.
If anyone viewing has any questions, feel free to reach out to us through the YouTube live chat. We have it open and we are monitoring it live while we wait for the statistics to, well, get back up and going again. It looks like the women's pole vault has just started queuing up. Looks like Eden White just jumped 2.35. Was it meters that we decided?
We decided it's meters, and that would make a lot more pole vault, I suppose.
Or the first jump from Eden Witten from Bushnell University, 2.35 meters.
Looks like we have an athlete from SOU warming up as well here.
Pole vault really is one of the most entertaining track and field events to watch.
I've got to say, I've always been more of a field guy myself. Pole vault's got to be my favorite one.
Yeah.
Though it's a bit of a hybrid, isn't it?
It sure is. Just got a comment from our stream director. Every field event is actually a throwing event. In pole vault, you're just throwing. And that's definitely the truth here today.
This and more zingers only
Yeah.
on the Oregon Tech Broadcasting stream.
Looks like an SOU athlete is getting ready to vault a pole. Our stats do not show the name of this athlete. That is actually not what you're trying to do. Generally, instead of running past the jump spot, you want to fling yourself up and over the pole.
No, I've been told that pole is for going over. That's why they have the mat there, so they have a softer landing. But it's very easy for me to say all this while sitting in the shade.
It is really nice looking at all these people doing very difficult work in the blistering sun here in Oregon City of Sunshine, Klamath Falls, under the nice comfort of a nice cool breeze and a pleasant tent to block all the sun. It looks like the Eaton-Witten number is likely a previous result. I believe that athlete is just the first one up for the pole vault when it begins. It does appear that they are doing warm-ups right now. We still don't have any better information about the hammer throw, but they continue to throw hammers. Again, the chat is open. If there are any comments or questions that we can answer for you here today. Whew. That did not look pleasant.
I wonder if they'd let me give it a shot.
I would like to see them let you give it a shot.
Yeah, I might rip my pants, and I'm not making it over any bar, no matter how low, but it sure does look fun.
It does look like a lot of fun. Looks like we just got updated information that the women's hammer throw is not updating because they were in warm-ups for the second flight. But going now is the women's pole vault. Up now is Leah Nastri from Corbin University. I do believe that is a scratch. It looks like her last recorded was 2.35 meters.
Now, what exactly defines a scratch? For those who don't know, I definitely know.
When they touch the pole or knock the pole off or make any contact with the pole, that's a scratch. If they don't jump, that's also a scratch.
Suppose that makes sense.
Well, it'd either be that or a really bad mark.
No, okay.
But it looks like we're going to check in on our hammer throw event for realsies this time.
Although we have no indication that this warm-up period has ended, we also have no updates on the women's pole vault besides Leah Nastri from Corbin University's previous attempt.
Now, hypothetically, if there was a pole, or let's say a board on a dolly maybe, and you were about to walk in front of it, and somebody told you to walk behind it, where would you walk?
I would probably walk in front of it if I was the average person here today.
That's, based on our scientific study here, where we told several people to walk behind it, every single one of them has elected to walk in front of it. A truly interesting decision.
Now, that's an issue because it does interrupt the live timing. All right, it looks like at women's pole vault, Taylor Joyce from Eastern Oregon is queued up to throw or jump. When I turn behind me and look, she is not there or getting ready. Women's hammer throw does not appear to be updated at all. I believe they are still in the warm-up section. So what will happen is we'll see the second flight from the women's hammer throw, and then the top 9 from each flight, the first and second flight, will go on to compete in a final flight to determine the placements for the meet and who goes on to the National Track Championships. I believe the women's pole vault will be treated differently since there is only one flight of athletes competing in that. We don't presently have any information for the men's versions of these events. Skylar, do you think that you could catch one of those hammers if it was thrown at you?
I think I could catch it.
How much damage do you think you'd be taking?
Well, depends on which end of it I catch. The handle or the hammer end, I suppose.
I'm fairly confident at that velocity with that much force behind it, that even catching the handle would be detrimental to your health.
I agree. I think if in the perfect situation I catch the handle and then I spin around and throw it right back, and even then I may be breaking a few, if not all, of my fingers. Most likely, though, I wouldn't walk the same again if I were to catch the other end.
Do you think you could juggle the hammers?
Juggle them. I have not actually even picked one of those up, so I don't know how much they weigh. I'm going to answer confidently, no, don't think I could do it.
What about the shot puts?
Now those, if I could juggle, still no.
They're really heavy. I had the privilege of viewing some of the weigh-in section earlier for all of the throwing implements for the throwing events. Sounds like the women's hammers are 4 kilograms and the men's hammers are 7.2 kilograms. When I looked at weigh-in earlier, when they put the hammer on the scale, it just read a lot. It's good to know that there are actual numbers that correspond with that reading.
Knowing that weight, still can't juggle it.
We are still waiting for the warm-up periods to end for both women's hammer throw and women's pole vault. Looks like the first up for women's pole vault will be Taylor Joyce from Eastern Oregon University, another Oregon State school just like Oregon Tech, the university hosting this meet here at John F. Moll Stadium. This stream is brought to you by Oregon Tech Broadcasting, Oregon Tech Athletics, and athleticlive.net, or athletictiming.net, or live.tf, depending on what your favorite URL to visit is.
A historic moment just occurred. We finally got someone to walk around the finish line camera and official timing station.
In the future, we would like to have more paid employees here so that we could have at least one with a taser who can just run around, either that or a cattle prod.
Well, you know, we did order
authority.
those brass knuckle tasers. Those will be well, it'll take a few weeks.
Very bold to say that on a publicly available live stream that will be stored after the fact. Of course, they are just a paperweight, because owning brass knuckles in the state of Oregon is a crime.
Now, it sounds like someone is uneducated on brass knuckle laws, but I'll save you guys the trouble. And
you might hear a C-17 flying ahead or over us. That is really sick. I previously informed one of my contacts at the local airbase that we would be broadcasting this today, and now, well, we just had a plane fly outside of the regular landing path, and that was really sick and cool. I just heard a gun go off, but I don't see anyone running. Oh wait, no, here we see the run walk, which is a competitive event competed in by one person. Now, this event is unique in that this athlete must keep at least, or both feet in contact with the ground. No, 1 foot in contact with the ground at all times as they go around the lap. I believe it is a 12-lap race.
12 laps.
But if both feet come off the ground for even a split second, they scratch and are disqualified from the event. We only have one athlete competing today. My gosh, look at him go.
Certainly an interesting event.
It is definitely an interesting form to witness, because you can tell by the build that this athlete would be, well, very fast. But the restriction with keeping at least a foot in contact with the ground at all times seems to be the main focus. When the runner or walker came around, they had a very concentrated look on their face. I believe they're less focused on maintaining speed and more focused on not getting disqualified.
Warm-ups for hammer throw and pole vault are still ongoing.
Well, women's hammer throw has actually begun. It looks like up now is Ilya Greeley from Southern Oregon University getting ready to throw. Previous throw was Ruby Kessinger from College of Idaho at 42.45 meters.
Believe we are going to switch on full time to, let's say, hammer throw.
We will definitely come back and check in with the race walk. Now this blistering pace coming down the straightaway, or the third straightaway, because they started on the far side of the lap. You might be able to squint and see the amount of concentration this athlete has on maintaining compliance with the rules. Just in is Ilya Greeley's throw from Southern Oregon University, 41.97 meters for the women's hammer. Up next is Oregon Tech's very own Katie Mole. Katie Mole won the previous track meet that we held here.
There's the top.
She sends a rocket into the stratosphere yet again. as these officials rush to get the measurement. We patiently wait. Until they input the numbers.
You want to compensate? Absolutely.
We're waiting still for Katie Mole's throwing result. Looks like the men's 5,000 meter race walk is still ongoing, about 4 minutes in. River Sherrill being the only athlete competing with 11 laps to go. Katie Mole's throw coming in at 8.2 meters. Trinity Hill from Eastern Oregon University. It looks like Gabby Hansen from Southern Oregon University led off women's pole vault and scratched on her very first attempt. Trinity Hill up next for women's hammer throw. It looks like Emberlyn Mack was just the jumper for the women's pole vault. Emberlyn Mack hitting 3.5 meters on that attempt successfully. Going back, it looks like Trinity Hill from Eastern Oregon University threw a 44.79 meter throw in the women's hammer throw. Up now is Bella Hall from the University of British Columbia. Up on the pole vault was Eden Witten, who succeeded in a 2.35 meter jump. Up next on women's pole vault is Harley Grant from Eastern Oregon University. Looks like Bella Hall threw pretty well from UBC. We're awaiting the measurements now. That was Leah Nastri from Corbin University, who just succeeded in the 2.5 meter jump. Still no update on the Bella Hall measurement from UBC. Just in 50.33 meters from Bella Hall on the hammer throw. Up now on the women's pole vault is Jonna Waddell, 2.5 or 3.5 meter jump. Looks like Emberlyn Mack from Lewis and Clark was the previous jumper at 2.5 meters successfully. Up next on the women's hammer throw is Michelle Dadson, launching a rocket into space. On our monitor, we didn't even register where that landed, and I'm not 100% sure that it has landed.
There are 3 of us looking at it, and I couldn't tell you.
Looks like Sonia Urbanowitz from UBC just jumped 2.35 on the women's pole vault.
Can we take a second to imagine 2.35 meters, I believe it is?
Yes.
That is absolutely huge. That's like double my height. Just can you imagine launching yourself that high?
I wish I could.
I wish I could too.
That is an actual rocket.
Make an attempt.
Oh, yeah, that we were discussing earlier. Do you think if nobody was watching, I could get one attempt going on pole vault?
But potentially, I'd definitely talk to Coach Hunter over Coach Mike.
We see now Sonia Urbanowitz from the University of British Columbia attempting her very first jump. I believe previously was the placeholder value, and it looks like that is a scratch for 2.5 meters. Up now on the women's hammer throw is Kenna Woodward from Eastern Oregon. Previously, Michelle Dadson threw a 54.33 meter throw on the women's hammer from the University of British Columbia.
Just pure power.
I cannot imagine launching it.
Have you
Oh my
actually
God.
felt how heavy those balls are? That they throw?
No, we just determined that neither of us could juggle those things. They must be.
Do you believe that you could juggle them?
Gosh, no. Do you
What
see
about the
these
shot
arms?
puts?
Oh no, jeez Louise, no. You need mass moves mass, and I do not have mass.
It looks like Eden Witten has one successful and one not successful jump on the 2.35 meter pole vault. Emberlyn Mack, our most recent jumper, succeeded on the 2.5.
Do you think they have partial kangaroo genetics to jump that high?
They might.
They've gotta. There's no way.
Yeah, like definitely springier legs, almost like a
Kenna Woodward's hammer throw just in, 53.80 meters. That looks like Emberlyn Max pole vault is what we just saw. Awaiting results now. It looked to be a successful jump.
How many bananas do you think is 2.5 meters?
How many
Because-
bananas?
A
Yeah.
lot. More than I could afford. Gabby Hansen next up on the women's pole vault. Just kidding. Leah Nastri. Right now we're watching Star Heron from College of Idaho throwing the women's hammer. I'm not even sure I could get one of those things off the ground. Oh my god, dude.
I will say I've had to carry them a few times to help them out during, setting up meets, and man, it's an arm workout. It's like a solid hit, I think like 10, 15 pounds. And like just to toss it, whew,
Yeah. All right, I believe this is Leah Nastri from Corbin University attempting the 2.5 meter jump. And scratching.
Ooh.
Unfortunate. It
Barely
looks like
clips
she
the
has
ankle.
2 more attempts for this height.
those were just the warm-ups. She got this.
Yep, that is a scratch on her first attempt for 2.5 meters. Let's check back in with the race walk. We now have stats for that. There is Heat 1 with River Shirell from Evergreen University. 10 laps to go, 10 minutes and 24 seconds in.
For a walk that looks really similar to running form, to be fair.
It is, and I can't imagine how much concentration it would take to make sure that you have at least 1 foot on the ground at all time. I think I would fall into the trap of focusing on speed, and I would have been DQ'd by now.
Well, how many laps is that event again?
I believe 12 and a half.
12 and a half laps is ridiculous. I mean, for any event, really. What? How many?
10.
7 to go for Chris Walker. But let's check
Oh,
out this pole vault
7 to
attempt
go.
right here.
Oh,
This is-
beautiful.
Ooh, and it looks good.
Jonna Waddell, the 2.5 meter, appears to be a successful jump. We just got some interesting information on the women's hammer throw. Michelle Dadson previously threw, or is in the lead with 54.33 meters. Gabrielle Tata Rodriguez fouled out on her last attempt.
Unfortunate. We talked about her so much.
We did. Her name was on here for quite a while. Before that looks like Taylor Durfree from College of Idaho, who threw 44.59 meters. Before that, Ruby Kessinger, 42.45 meters.
How about that most recent attempt?
Most recent attempt looks to be 41.58. Let's go now to the pole vault and see what they're at. Up now.
Ooh.
Looks to be Eden Witten from Bushnell. Is a freshman competing in the conference meet today. Does not appear to be a successful jump on the 2.5.
I will
She
say,
has 2 more attempts to go.
as a freshman, making the championship in any event is impressive in its own right, to be fair.
Oh, absolutely.
I may be misinterpreting this, but it looks like Eden Witten just scratched across the board. So we went from 0 attempts to 3 unsuccessful. Now we have Gabby Hansen from Southern Oregon University getting ready to jump pole vault. Just kidding. Leah Nastri, who is a junior from Corbin University.
Here's the jump, and it looks
Handily
good.
making it over, but her pole coming down and hitting the bar that she's supposed to jump over on the end.
I would hope they don't count that as a scratch, but I'm far from an expert.
Women's hammer throw From College of Idaho, Ruby Kessinger recently threw a 41.91 meter throw. Up now is Ilya Greeley from Southern Oregon University. Looks like she is winding up, getting ready to send one of these rockets in the direct direction that this broadcast tent is in.
I see it coming right towards us.
Oh, there it is. No, unfortunately, it looks like we kind of have a foul there.
To be fair, to control a ball
Ilya
that
Greeley
mass.
fouled. Up next is Katie Mole on the women's hammer throw. Leah Nastri appears to have scratched one and has 2 more attempts for the pole vault from Corbin University. Katie Mole winding up, getting ready to send her rocket into space.
Great to Jupiter.
Wow.
Oh my God, that was in the air for a while.
The wind is picking up just a little bit, though I doubt it's going to affect an event like that. Who knows?
Leah Nastri succeeded in the second 2.5 meter attempt. Up next is an athlete from Bushnell University. Waiting for our stats to update. This is Eden Witten, who previously had
So close.
3 scratches on this. And it looks like she's down for a 4th. Looks like Katie Mole threw a 48.45 meter throw. Trinity Hill from Eastern Oregon University up now.
Bit on Katie. Yesterday she gave a rockin' speech at the ribbon cutting for the track. I seen her on the track team going into the doctorate program of physical therapy at OIT.
Wow.
Oh,
That's impressive.
student athlete, huh?
Most definitely.
Into our doctorate program. I believe this will be the second cohort of that DPT
I
program.
do believe it's actually the first. Up for debate.
Not really sure.
Who's to say, really?
Either way, it's very new.
If you had to, and you do have to, try to restate her entire speech now.
It was a 5-minute speech. Don't make me do that. My blood's going everywhere except for my head.
Right. Trinity Hill's throw should be updated momentarily here from Eastern Oregon University.
Do you guys think you'd be brave enough to stand out on the field as those throwers throw in your general
Absolutely not.
direction?
No, I'm going to leave that to the professionals.
Yeah, can you imagine seeing that like 10 to 20 pound ball just coming straight for you?
Trinity Hill throwing
I'd catch it.
47.87 meters. Up now on the women's pole vault is Sonia Urbanowitz. Bella Hall from UBC throwing her hammer.
By the sound of it, we just had a successful pole vault attempt.
Does sound like Gabby Hanser from Southern Oregon University just succeeded at the 2.65 meter jump on women's pole vault. Up next, Emberlyn Mack from Lewis and Clark. Looks like Trinity Hill from EOU threw most recently a 47.87 meter throw.
What absolute
I
tanks.
believe we are waiting for Bella Hall's result now. Bella Hall throwing 50.47 meters. I believe that puts her around 4th place. The first place for women's hammer currently is Michelle Dadson from the same university, the University of British Columbia, throwing 54.33 meters. Here we see Emberlyn Mack from Lewis and Clark going for her 2.65 meter jump and appearing to succeed.
Still ongoing. We have our race walk event. Looking at about 17 minutes, 37 seconds. How many laps to go? Do we have that?
Showing me 6 laps to go.
Right. 5,000 meters.
I don't even want to think about how long it would take me to speed walk a 5K. I know what it could be with a run, but speed walk, that's entirely different form.
Absolutely. And the sheer distance alone is just got to be brutal. Checking back into
Right.
pole vault.
Leah Nastri from Corbin University attempting 2.65 meters. Handily making it over.
Ooh,
Beautiful.
with space to spare.
I believe that was a successful throw. I did not witness anything that would be a scratch. Going back to hammer throw, we're watching Kenna Woodward's throw from Eastern Oregon University, and it looks like she fouled, unfortunately. We do have the official result. Leah Nastri from Corbin University succeeded on that pole vault attempt. Up now for hammer throw is Star Heron from the College of Idaho.
I will say I've had one of those fouls land on the track near me while I was preparing for a race once.
Dude,
It was
past track meet, I saw one get stuck in the net, and they were shaking the net to get it down. Dude, I could
Standing right
not.
under it.
Yeah.
I will say it's not a fun time.
Oh,
Holy smokes, that
man,
went far.
what a
Star Heron.
toss.
That might be a new leader from Star Heron in the women's hammer throw. An athlete from College of Idaho. Up next from Corbin University is Jonah Waddell, women's pole vault, attempting and appearing to succeed the 2.65 meter jump. The last mark was a foul from Star Heron, the College of Idaho, which is unfortunate because that seemed to be a really good throw.
That was impressive.
Now we see Gabriel Tata Rodriguez from Corbin University. I would not want to be on the receiving end of that. John Waddell succeeding the 2.65 meter jump from Corbin on the pole vault. The men's 5,000 meter race walk just crossed the 20-minute line. It looks like there are still 6 laps to go.
Coming down on the 100 right now. We're ready to finish up a lap.
You can see the blistering pace if we go to our finish line camera or our straightaway camera. Managing to maintain both feet on the ground for 12 and a half laps so far.
One scratch and it's over? Do you
One-
get a second chance?
If one foot,
Yeah, if you spring forward, like as if you're running, you're instantly disqualified, I do believe. I don't know who is watching the fellow, but
I believe at all times there needs to be at least 1 foot on the ground.
otherwise it becomes a run.
All right, up now, Gabby Hansen from Southern Oregon University.
Oh,
Impressive.
Making it over easily. That looks like a success on the 2.8 meter jump. Taylor Durfee is up now for the women's hammer throw. Gabriel Tata Rodriguez, the previous thrower, made 43.93 meters with her throw. An athlete from Corbin University. Gabby Hansen officially succeeded the 2.8 meter jump. Not sure if Taylor Durfee from College of Idaho has yet made their throw. Oh, yep, just in 43.48 meters. College of Idaho. Looks like Emberlyn Mack from Lewis and Clark University up in Portland, Oregon, ready to attempt the 2.8 meter pole vault. Would you consider it a jump?
Well, I
Making it over.
do believe it is a throw. It's a throwing of yourself.
I feel like it's a mixture, to be fair. Because
Absolutely.
like I've seen their workouts, and they use a lot of explosive power during those workouts to
Oh my
be able
gosh.
to launch themselves up.
the full body strength required to launch yourself. Oh man.
Maybe it is a vault. It's not a jump or a throw.
A vault. Maybe.
Emberlyn Mack officially succeeding the 2.8 meter. An athlete from Lewis and Clark. Taylor Durfee from College of Idaho most recently threw 43.48 meters. Ruby Kessinger from College of Idaho up now for the women's hammer. It looks like we missed that throw, but they are measuring now. Next up on the women's pole vault is Leah Nastri from Corbin University. That is a run and a successful vault.
Ooh.
Now, is it if they knock off the pole or if they make contact with the pole?
Pretty certain it's if they knock it down. I'm
Okay.
90% certain on that. Do not quote me on that. I am a runner by all means, though.
Leah Nastri succeeding the 2.8 meter jump, so I guess it is just knocking it off.
I like that system a lot better than the alternative.
Ruby Kessinger, College of Idaho, threw 44.23 meters on the hammer throw. Next up, Ilya Greeley from Southern Oregon University on hammer. Jonna Waddell from Corbin University getting ready to attempt the 2.8 meter pole vault.
I've just heard coming up soon, we're going to have the long jump event. And for now, we are continuing to track.
That looks like an unsuccessful jump from Jonna Waddell. Ilya Greeley most recently threw a 33.74 meter throw from Southern University. Katie Mole just threw from Oregon Tech. We're awaiting results now.
Still ongoing with looks like 1 lap to go is our race walk. 5,000 meters ran or walked by River Shirel. Just
Around 24:30.
24:30-ish. Man,
No, it
that
looks like
is an endurance event.
24:31.93 was the final result for the men's 5,000 meter race walk. Although at the end there, it did look like the final push, both feet were off the ground. I'm not certain what that means for the event. Still waiting Katie Mole's result from her previous throw. Katie Mole threw 47.65 meters. Up next is Trinity Hill on the women's hammer throw. Jonna Waddell from Corbin University, I believe, is going to take another attempt for the pole vault at 2.8 meters. Here we see Trinity Hill from Eastern Oregon University. I believe this is Jonna Waddell's second attempt here. This is the 2.8 meter vault with a successful attempt from Jonna Waddell, Corbin University. Still awaiting Trinity Hill's throw result. Looks like it just came in as 45.32 meters. Up next is Bella Hall from the University of British Columbia, throwing for the women's hammer. Jonna Waddell has an official second successful attempt for the 2.8 meter pole vault. There are no ongoing running events.
There's the toss from, I believe, Bella Hall from the University of British Columbia.
Correct. The blistering pace the officials take to make the measurement is nearly on par with the 5K race walk that we just raced.
I do believe they could compete in that event, though I don't think they'd be touching the time.
I don't think they
Mr.
possess nearly the same endurance that River Shirel demonstrated here today.
But their form is immaculate, I've got to say.
Holding that measurement stick nearly vertically.
Wow.
I would be curious to put a machinist level on that and see just how precise they are. Bella Hall's results in 50.05 meters in the throw. Up next, Michelle Datson from UBC. Michelle Datson currently leads the women's hammer throw with a 54.33 meter throw. We'll see if she can match that now. Gabby Hansen up on the women's pole vault from Southern Oregon University, attempting 2.95 meters. Here we see Michelle Datson's throw. But I'm sure we'll switch momentarily to the women's pole vault.
And there it is.
Gabby Hansen from Southern Oregon University making the run up. and
Ooh.
scratching on the first attempt of 3 for the 2.95 meter vault.
That's a big jump over our last attempt. I believe the previous attempts were all at 2.8 meters. 2.95 is quite ambitious.
Yeah.
Let's see if she can do it on her next attempt.
I don't even think that I have the grip strength to to pull that event off. The pole vault. I would love to try though.
No, I would love to, and I will be asking for forgiveness later when I attempt it. Though we may keep that off the stream.
It will definitely be recorded though. If not for entertainment, then for insurance purposes. Up now, Emberlyn Mack from Lewis and Clark, attempting 2.95 meter jump. Looks like Michelle Dadson threw the 51.28 meter throw on the last hammer attempt, which is around 2.5 meters shy of her previous throw, which is currently in the lead. Emberlyn Mack from Lewis and Clark, gearing up to jump. Unfortunately, that appears to be a scratch. Remember the Mac. I do notice that now they are using that. They are now using a pole to put it up. They are not just reaching up. Right, it looks like that previous attempt was unsuccessful in the women's hammer throw. Or not women's hammer, the women's pole vault. Up now is Harley Grant from Eastern Oregon University for the 2.95 jump. Star Heron is up on the women's hammer throw from the College of Idaho. Kenna Woodward most recently threw from Eastern Oregon University a 53.39 meter throw for the women's hammer. Star Heron has just fouled on a throw. The women's pole vault is from Harley Grant from Eastern Oregon University. The women's pole vault has just had an unsuccessful attempt at the 2.95 meters. Looks like Leah Nastri is up for an attempt for the 2.95 meter, the women's pole. Gearing up, stretching out, warming up, ready to run. She takes off on her run up, makes contact with bucket, and scratches, unfortunately. 2.95, Leah Nastri, Corbin University. I do have a correction to make. Lewis and Clark State is not the school, or is the school competing today. Lewis and Clark College here in Oregon is not competing. I believe Lewis and Clark State, which is the team here today, comes from Idaho. It's like Leah Nastri officially unsuccessful on that previous pole vault attempt. Gabrielle Tata Rodriguez up next from Corbin University on the hammer throw. Let's go to Jonna Waddell on pole vault from Corbin University, getting ready to attempt the 2.95 meter jump.
Imagine just the adrenaline pulse 3, trying to get that attempt. You're trying to do your best. The heat just blazing in your back.
And with the crowd we've got today, that's pretty energetic. It really does make everything a lot more exciting.
Especially with the pressure of the conference championships. Looks like Gabrielle Tata Rodriguez threw a 43.95 meter throw on the hammer. Jonna Waddell unsuccessful on the 2.95 meter.
But by technicality, she didn't knock it down, right?
That's true. That's true. The first of this is not knock it down. Of this height, that is.
All right, Gabrielle Tata Rodriguez throw, 43.95. Ruby Kessinger from College of Idaho up for score getting measured now. Unfortunately, we are not able to cover both cameras simultaneously, and it does seem like they are executing their events at precisely the same time.
I will say, it'd be a little bit almost impossible not to. These events just take so long. I've been at meets where it literally spans from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. to do field events just because there's not enough people.
Looks like Jonna Waddell is getting ready to run the pole vault, taking off down the lane for Gabby Hansen. Excuse me. Another unsuccessful jump on the 2.95 meter. Ruby Kessinger previously threw the 44.38 meter hammer. Up now, Taylor Durfree from College of Idaho.
Thanks for the swing. Where did it land? I don't think it landed.
That landed a
straight.
lot closer to us. Gabby Hansen with 2 scratches on the pole vault. Taylor Durfree nearly taking off broadcast tent with her hammer throw.
I see it rolling right by my chair, actually. You guys think that those pole vaulters are jumping on? You think it feels nice landing on them, or you think it just like punched them?
You know, I've jumped on them a few times, and you know, they always seem to have a puddle of water in them.
All right, Emberlyn Mack up now for the pole vault. We will update you with Taylor Durfree's throw result when we have it in. Emberlyn Mack from Lewis and Clark State, which is not an Oregon University, but an Idaho University. Getting ready for her second attempt. It's one unsuccessful. She goes up and unfortunately does not make it the second time.
Like a bowling ball knocking down the pins.
Taylor Durfree from College of Idaho. Her previous hammer throw was 45.12 meters. Up next is Star Heron from College of Idaho. Star Heron is spinning up.
Beautiful.
Clean release. Looks like she fouled. She stepped out the side of the ring instead of exiting the back. Unfortunate. Trinity Hill up against Eastern Oregon University on the hammer throw. Trinity Hill has taken the ring, beginning her spin up now. Launching into space. Harley Grant on the women's pole vault, getting ready to run now. Harley Grant
Over with an impressive.
Harley Grant succeeds second attempt, 2.95 meters on the pole vault. Eastern Oregon University.
Is that the first?
I believe that is the
vaulter?
first successful attempt on 2.95 meters.
Wow.
Katie Mole up now for the women's hammer throw. Our very own Oregon Tech athlete has begun her spun up. Comes around.
Oh, with a foul. I lied. What hit the side of the tent?
She exits the back of the ring, not making the same mistake Trinity Hill made. Leah Nastri, Corbin University, up for her second attempt, 2.95 meters. She runs and does not clear the pole.
Do you think it's called the bar?
It might be the bar, because the pole must be what they're vaulting off of, right?
Surely the pole vault, the thing they're vaulting with, is the pole.
Nah, that can't be right.
Just hope they don't watch this and come over to correct us themselves.
You know, at this point, I would prefer if somebody came over and corrected me so I don't continue to sound stupid.
Looks
Anyone
like
in the
Katie
chat is
Mole
welcome to.
threw 46.74 meters on her last hammer. Up next on hammer is Bella Hall from UBC. Leah Nastri, unsuccessful on her last pole vault. Yet to update. For now we have Jonna Waddell from Corbin University making her second attempt on the women's pole vault at 2.95 meters. Jonna Waddell is off. places the pole and does not clear the bar.
Just barely. It looks like just a little bit of a deviation to the left. If she had kept that straight, she may have gotten the height to clear that.
The last mark from Bella Hall from the University of British Columbia in the women's hammer throw is 48.95 meters. Michelle Datson from the same university, UBC, still in the lead with 54.33 meters. Up next, Kenna Woodward from Eastern Oregon University on the women's hammer. All right, Gabby Hansen from Southern Oregon University coming up now in her third event, or third attempt.
This kangaroo next just need to kick in a little bit more.
Looks like she nearly made it, but didn't quite. That is her third attempt. The event has concluded for Gabby Hansen from Southern Oregon University. I believe her highest successful jump was 2.8 meters. Still waiting on Kenna Woodward throwing 54.25 meters. That puts her firmly in second place from Eastern Oregon University, behind Michelle Datson from UBC for the women's hammer throw.
Fun trivia fact, boys. Do you guys want to guess which event in track that OIT has brought in the most national championships in?
Is it a track or a field event? Can I have a hint?
I'll give you the hint. It is a field.
Ooh.
And Steeplechase is a track event, right?
Yes, sir.
Because that would have been my first guess.
I'm going to guess
I'm
javelin.
Alrighty. I will say, hey, this is
Emberlyn
in
Mack
OIT
here
history.
from Lewis and Clark State.
It's what?
I will say this is in OIT history, period.
Oh.
And you are right, it is javelin.
Javelin. All right. I always wanted to throw
Unsuccessful.
javelin.
Emberlyn Mack, Lewis and Clark has failed all 3 attempts on 2.95 meters, making her highest the same as Gabby Hansen's at 2.8. Kenna Woodward from Eastern Oregon University with her 54.25 hammer throw was most previous up. Next up is Michelle Datson, our current leader from the University of British Columbia, making it 0.01 meters farther. Michelle Datson's current record is 54.34 meters in the women's hammer. Up next is Gabriela Tata Rodriguez.
Oh, get your shields ready. She's going to throw it on over here again.
Yeah. She spins up.
And into the stratosphere. Here it comes for our 10.
And another foul. I believe every time she's thrown, she has exited the front of the ring. Surprised no one has corrected her on that. We go back to full vault. Looks like Leah Nastri just failed her third attempt at 2.95. Looks like there's only one successful athlete for this height so far in pole vault. All the rest have been maxing out at 2.8 meters.
Something that I don't think anyone's mentioned thus far is the elevation game for a lot of these fine folks definitely has an effect on their performance.
Absolutely. I believe we're one of the highest schools in the conference, if not the highest.
Yes, sir. I do believe so myself, too.
More ways than one. Ruby Kessinger from College of Idaho was our previous throw that we just saw. Awaiting results now. It looks like another athlete is ready to go for the women's pole vault. Looks like Jonna Waddell from Corbin University making her third attempt. The previous 2 unsuccessful. Let's go to the pole vault camera.
Pole vault
Any
camera.
moment, we'll switch to the pole vault camera to witness.
And
Jonna
there it
Waddell's
is.
2.95 meter attempt number 3. Unsuccessful. Again, 2.8 meters is her highest successful jump. And that concludes the event for Jonna Waddell from Corbin University today. Taylor Durfree, our previous hammer thrower, fouls, unfortunately. Up next is Star Heron from College of Idaho.
I would like to apologize to those watching. My name is Thomas Long, a long-distance runner here. Apologies for that random voice just popping in and out.
Oh, did we not introduce you? Yes. So this is Oregon Tech's own athlete. And do you also on the cross country team? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right.
This is Star Heron. With a foul exiting from the front of the ring.
Is that really the cause of all these fouls?
Yes, because if they swing and they take a half step too far, then they have an unfair advantage. So as soon as they enter the ring, they're only allowed to exit from the back.
It's just like when anyone's running on the track, if they step too close in on the infield, they'll be DQ'd if they do it more than once or twice.
This is Trinity Hill from Eastern Oregon University throwing hammer.
Looks like a proper exit right there.
Does appear to be. Harley Grant up next for the women's pole vault. Eastern Oregon. This is 3.05 meters. I believe this is our leader. Unsuccessful on attempt number 1.
She
will
got
highlight. She is likely the only person still competing at this point.
I will say that little staff they have is kind of.
Harley Grant officially unsuccessful in the first attempt. Up next, Katie Mole from the women's hammer throw. Trinity Hill, our previous thrower, threw a 46.07 meter throw. Katie Mole spins up, getting ready to launch her hammer. Firmly down the center of the lane.
Let me tell you, that's just a bullet. I don't even see where it goes.
We come back to pole vault.
Looks to be a very solid attempt.
We see Taylor Joyce from Eastern Oregon University making her first attempt at 3.05 meters.
She's off.
That's another big leap in height. Let's see if she can do it.
Oh, I believe it works out to be about 6 inches of raise each time. She's unsuccessful in attempt 1, making our leaders here tied at 2.95 with one failed attempt on 3.05. Katie Mole threw a 46.18 on the hammer throw. Up next, Bella Hall from UBC. Bella Hall enters the ring. Begins her spin up. Comes around and launches the hammer. Waiting on results for Bella Hall's throw on the hammer, women's hammer from UBC. Taylor Joyce, Harley Grant is up from Eastern Oregon University, attempting her second try for the 3.05 meter pole vault. Going over and scratching. She has one more attempt for the women's pole vault. Looks like Bella Hall clocked 50.57 meters on the women's hammer throw. Up next, Kenna Woodward from Eastern Oregon University.
Oh no, she's coming from the woodworks.
She enters the ring. Begins her spin up. Starts coming around and releases. I did not spot where that landed. Taylor Joyce warming up and from Eastern Oregon University, getting ready for her second attempt at 3.05 meters. And a successful jump.
What a clear.
Successful in the second attempt. It's like Kenna Woodward is about to be clocked in for hammer throw attempt from Eastern Oregon University. setting a new lead throw at 55.16 meters. I believe that's over a full meter ahead of the last leader. All right, if we come back after this throw from Michelle Datson, we see Harley Grant on her third attempt for the pole vault. And successful, 3.05 meters. Both athletes move on to the next height.
Beautiful bolt there.
Looks like men's long jump has begun to warm up. I do not believe they're in a position where we will be able to cover them with our cameras. Michelle Datson from UBC coming in at 53.41 meters for the women's hammer. I believe pole vault will commence again momentarily. We see Gabrielle Tata Rodriguez throw. And again, walking out the front of the ring. Up next, Ruby Kessinger, College of Idaho for women's hammer. It looks like Harley Grant is ready to attempt the women's pole vault again. This is 3.15 meters, a smaller increase than last time, but still a lot. Nearly makes it over, but is unsuccessful on her first attempt. Harley Grant, Eastern Oregon University. Ruby Kessinger, on her previous throw for women's hammer, fouled and presumably exited from the front of the ring. Next up, Taylor Durfee from College of Idaho. She begins her spin up, starts coming around, and releases right into the net, it looks like. I believe that is a foul. It's Taylor Durfee with a foul. Up next for women's hammer is Star Heron from College of Idaho. She begins her spin up, starts coming around, and releases. Star Heron again fouls. That looked like a good throw if she had exited through the side of the ring or the back. Next up, Trinity Hill from Eastern Oregon University. She begins her spin up, starts coming around, and releases. Trinity Hill from Eastern Oregon appears to have made a legal throw with a... I didn't quite catch that. Did she exit from the front of the ring?
I can tell.
Looks like they're measuring it, so I believe that was a legal throw. Here we see Harley Grant's second attempt at the or Taylor Joyce's first attempt at 3.15 meters. Successful on the first try.
Pushing those limits just higher and higher.
Her and her teammate, Harley Grant, current leaders. I believe Harley gets 2 more attempts at this height. Looks like Trinity Hill threw 44.05 meters in the women's hammer. Up next, Katie Mull from Oregon Tech. Looks like Taylor Joyce is officially successful in the 3.15 meter pole vault. Katie Mole's begun her spun up, starts coming around, and releases. I mean, man, that's nuts. Like, I know these are athletes and they train to do this all the time, but it's still kind of crazy to see them launching these super heavy projectiles so far. We're waiting Katie Mole's result on that.
I just received word from our stats team that though we may not be able to get any cameras onto the long jump event that'll be starting in approximately 10 minutes, if you are interested in seeing individual attempts, those will be recorded on live.tf. So you can head on over there. And then our stats website, we'll be keeping stats on that as well.
Yes. Live.tf is what we at the table are reading right now to give you these results. In fact, we just got in from live.tf another live stat for Katie Mole's hammer throw. I believe this was, I'm not sure which attempt it was, but Katie Mole from Oregon Tech threw 47.19 meters. Bella Hall from UBC just fouled. Kenna Woodward from Eastern Oregon is up next. Up next on women's pole vault is Sonia Urbanowitz at 3.65 meters.
It always fascinates me seeing their technique in throwing, you know?
Harley Grant successful in the second pole vault attempt, now 3.25 meters. I believe there might be reporting error on stats for it. But Harley Grant is moving on 3.25 meters, Eastern Oregon University for the pole vault. Kenna Woodward from Eastern Oregon as well. That's just thrown. Harley Grant, first attempt for 3.25, unsuccessful. She has 2 more attempts at that height. We're awaiting measurements from Eastern Oregon's very own Kenna Woodward for her women's hammer throw. Looks like that was 52.11 meters. Up next, again, Michelle Dadson from UBC, previous leader in the category for women's hammer. I believe she is still in the top 3 places. Another mighty throw. We'll update you on her results when we get it. Here we see Catherine Martinez from Southern Oregon University trying to jump 3.25 meters off the ground with a pole. She gets her run and easily makes it over. Catherine Martinez, SOU, successful on her first attempt at 3.25 meters. Michelle Dadson's previous throw was a foul on hammer. That is Michelle Dadson from UBC, previous category leader. Taylor Joyce is up next from Eastern Oregon University for pole vault, attempting 3.25 meters. Here we see Taylor Joyce running up and making it over. First attempt. Taylor Joyce, Eastern Oregon, 3.25 meters. It's like up next for pole vault is Harley Grant from Eastern Oregon University with her second attempt at 3.25 meters. Looks like she's warming up, stretching out, getting ready to run. She is off. And scratches, releasing the pole. I believe that concludes her second attempt. She only has one more shot at making this height. Looks like Harley Grant is getting ready for her third and final attempt at 3¼ meters. Harley Grant, Eastern Oregon University, pole vault. Stretches out, gets ready to run. Places down the pole. And barely knocks off the bar. That appears to be an end to Harley Grant's competition here today for pole vault. Right now, we are waiting the final 9 to be selected for women's hammer, and then we will go back and watch the last flight, which will be the finals for women's hammer today, and for the Cascade Collegiate Conference. Next up, women's pole vault will be proceeding to its next height, and men's long jump will conclude warm-ups and begin jumping soon. Focused on that. Here we see Catherine Martinez's first throw, or first vault from Southern Oregon University. First attempt, 3.35 meters. Looks like she is locking in, getting herself ready to try this really tall jump. She begins her run up, places the pole, and makes it over first try. Catherine Martinez, Southern Oregon University.
Very impressive vault, by the way.
3.35 meters.
Taylor Joyce of Eastern Oregon going for it and making it at 3.35 meters. Peak performance in progress. It is amazing to see what these athletes can do. periods like this, calm before the storm, where every athlete in here knows what I'm talking about, where the adrenaline starts surging and nerves start aching, just ready to do what they do best. I do believe men's long jump has started. They don't have coverage on it just yet, but I believe it's Amari Evans, College of Idaho, who is jumping now. Up now, go for women's pole vault. Just Catherine Martinez for Southern Oregon. She gets ready. She knows who's up.
Which height is she going for here?
3.45 meters.
Wow.
The limits they're breaking here are absolutely insane.
It is impressive to see how high they're going to attempt after even much lower attempts were not successful for all of our athletes today.
Engine ramps up. Catherine Martinez going for it. And makes it.
What a fantastic jump.
Beautiful jumps. You can see the joy in her face. For men's long jump, Colton Urquhart from Southern Oregon is up, with Amari Evans, last mentioned, in jumping 6.31 meters. In the lead as of now.
Let's see if we have any shots on long jump.
Up, and Taylor Joyce from Eastern Oregon University going for her jump now. And fouls.
Not quite.
It's all right, though. She still has a few more tries. Only warming up. All right?
That's why you get 3. They can't all be perfect. Looks like we do have a camera on long jump, so we'll hopefully...
They're resetting that pit over there, making it nice and smooth for that jump, be able to tell where exactly he lands. We apparently just missed it, hit by Colton Urquhart, jumped 5.19 meters, and Tanner Macy of the College of Idaho is up next. Men's long. And Tanner Macy getting ready to jump. Results coming in.
Looks like it was a clean attempt. Let's see what the measurement comes out to be.
Up on women's pole vault, Taylor Joyce reattempting the 3.45 meter jump. Will she be able to do it?
This is her second attempt.
She goes for it.
Oh, didn't quite get the start she needed.
Don't think that's a scratch, but I may be mistaken on that.
She didn't go over halfway. Is that the...
Like I've said before, I am a distance runner, but I do think it is halfway.
Well, I hope she gets another attempt.
So Tanner Macy, He's distance came up here, 5.94 meters. And up after him is Egidio Cantarella from British Columbia University. Which do you think has more of the kangaroo genes? The men's long jump or the women's pole vault?
Oh, it's got to be long jump. I mean,
And Cantarella is off. Very clean jump.
all right. Didn't have any backwards movement, and it looks to be clean. So I'd imagine the hardest part of long jump isn't the jump, but it's the landing properly and making sure that you're.
There's a lot of fun that goes into the actual jump as well. I don't know
Of
all
course.
the exacts about it, but many hours spent on that.
But since it's the furthest back point, I wonder how the perfect way to land actually looks. Waiting results on that last jump. Let's check in with pole vault.
Taylor Joyce getting that engine started up. Let's see if third time's the charm.
Another attempt for 3.45 meters.
Oh, and she goes for it. She goes for it.
Oh, not quite.
Oh, going back to men's long jump. Cantarella jumped 6.45 meters and took lead. It might be maybe feet, I'd like to say, actually, to be fair.
You maybe feet?
That doesn't seem like 6 meters, to be fair. And now running his Multnomah is Romeo McAuliffe.
Maybe
Taylor Joyce, he's striking out due to that last attempt. In women's pole vault, the leader is still Catherine Martinez with 3.45 meters.
way back.
Up next for men long jump would be DJ Wilson from Eastern Oregon University. He must be fire at parties.
Yeah, I wonder if he's playing a set later.
You can see the adrenaline pumping through him. His engine starting up. Women's pole vaults as well. Catherine Martinez is going for 3.55. And Wilson jumps.
Looks to be clean based on the official. Let's see, who do we have up for pole jump? Pole vault
As
here.
mentioned before, Catherine Martinez from Southern Oregon University.
Attempting 3.55 meters. This will be her first attempt.
Limit's just going higher and higher. So impressive. An update heat for men's long jump. Romeo Metcalf got 6.5 meters, taking the leaderboard. DJ Wilson still going. And Catherine Martinez goes for her 3.55. And strikes.
It's not quite able to get the height she needs. This bar is getting intimidatingly high.
For men's long jump, DJ Wilson got 6.16 meters. Next for the head event is Zach Hertzinger from the College of Idaho. Hertzinger off. And he jumps.
Ooh. Unfortunately, ended up touching a little further back.
Oh, and we got hits more woman hammer throw action. With Haley Appleford from Lewis Clark State University. Throwing.
After last week's that race,
And Zach Kurtzinger from the College of Idaho getting a 6.48.
but it is one of those baptism by fire sort of things.
Up, Catherine Martinez attempting the 3.55 again and striking. Up on the line now for men's long jump is David Johnson at Bushnell University. And he's off. He jumps. Smooth.
Well, so this is nice. Yeah, this is okay. Well, and it should be nice.
The officials measuring out David Johnson's jump. He may or may not take. Oh,
Hoping.
the results are in. David Johnson got 6.34. And up next is Ty Kinshin of Bushnell University. Oh, Catherine Martinez of Southern Oregon attempting 3.55 again. Pure disappointment. I understand it.
But to make it this far is impressive in and of itself. It looks like these athletes just need the absolute perfect circumstances and the exact proper form to make it over a bar that high.
Oh, Ty Kinshin going off. Sand flinging everywhere. Will he take the lead? Or will he just...
That was an impressive jump. It has to be one of our best so far.
Officials are measuring it out.
Yes. And much less. A lot of times there's not. So you're
Let's take a look at long jump here. We have another athlete up, ready. Did I say long jump? I meant pole vault. Let's take a look at pole vault.
Martinez trying for it again. Trying to see if she can break her limits just one more time. Begging for herself. Needing it from herself. Using. Ty Kinshin from men's long jump got 6.66 and took the leaderboard. And Catherine Martinez goes for her jump in pole vault. And
Wow! Clearing that bar.
beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Next up for men's long jump is Mari Evans from College of Idaho. We'll apologize for all the names that I may butcher today. Sewn up, close up at women's pole vault, getting ready. And at men's long jump, Colton Urquhart from Southern Oregon University gets ready to make his jump. Amari Evans from College of Idaho getting 6.34 meters. In women's pole vault, there's Sonia Urbankan-Wicks of British Columbia University. Attempting 3.65, not quite making it. Colton Urquhart, her jumping 5.81 in meters from Southern Oregon University, and Tanner Macy of College of Idaho is up next.
The one to beat is still Ty Kishin with
Bushnell University. Oh, Tanner Macy going off.
dirty landing right there.
It's like a cannonball. Up next for men's long jump, Egidio Cantarella from British Columbia University on the line.
Be awesome. I like it so
Once again, we have to ask the top three finishers. They will win the 3,000 meter steeplechase. And Gibson British Columbia, Clinton, the Colorado, they are over 50 so we could do the award ceremony. We could do the award.
She's like almost complete. That was a pretty
if it's even. 4004.
We got a
I think I saw her.
Oh, that's it.
4082. Yeah, he hasn't exceeded 40 since. So. The nice thing is he'll be happy for some. Right. Yeah, and he also throws the weight.
Again, we are in Fiona Pitson, British Columbia. Immediately to head to the pit, next to the Fiona pit. Fiona Pitson is on
Tastes way better than the Cheetos.
State. Most recently, was audio test, audio test. All right, my name's Graham Wiltrout. We're back. Apologies, we had a break from our commentators and some technical issues with the audio. I'll be back. Up next, we have the men's steeplechase getting ready to start up. If you have any questions, feel free to send them in the chat. I will respond to them as I see them. Most recent standings are Sonia Urbanowitz on women's pole vault is the last competing pole vaulter from the University of British Columbia. Her last successful jump was 4.10 meters. 4.11 is her current height, and she has had 2 failed attempts so far. Men's long jump, most recent mark was Eli Stevens from Oregon Tech. He fouled. It is led by Ty Kishin from Bushnell University. Actually, Eli Hayes from College of Idaho just took that last guy out as leader with a 6.75 meter jump. Men's hammer throw is currently led by Sam Weller from Lewis and Clark State out of Idaho with 44.98 meters. The most recent throw for men's hammer was Keenan Blair from College of Idaho with 41.96 meters. Tyson Terry is up next. Looks like the 3,000 meter men's steeplechase is beginning to line up. May have been a little false start there. I hear people calling out stuff on the intercoms here at the John F. Mull Field in Oregon Tech. I will continue to update stats as I get them. Looks like the line judge is talking to the athletes. Not sure what he's saying. We have a lot of energy from the crowd. Looks guys are getting ready to go, getting warmed up, stretching their legs out. The official is stepping off the field now, presumably to begin the stream, or not the stream, the race. Men's long jump, most recent, Kaleo Wellman from Bushnell with a foul. Eli Hayes still in the lead with 6.75 meters. Trenton Johnson from Lewis and Clark competing now. Men's hammer, Sam Weller, most recent. Where Sam Weller's in the lead with 44.98 meters. Lewis and Clark. Hunter Enoch from Oregon Tech is up next for the men's hammer. I believe Sonia Urbanowitz is getting ready to take her 3rd attempt for women's pole vault. It looks like it was an unsuccessful attempt. I believe that concludes the women's pole vault event. We'll probably stay focused here on the men's 3,000 meter steeplechase for the next section of this broadcast. I would appreciate some feedback in the chat. I'm not sure if you guys can hear me or not. If I can get someone to respond that you read me on your end, I'd appreciate that. Looks like they are lined up and getting ready to go. On their marks and go. They are off for the men's 3K steeplechase coming around the first bend. I believe the first lap is the only lap where they don't have to jump into the 2-foot deep water pit right there. The steeplechase consists of a 3,000 meter run with meters every, not meters, with hurdles every 100 meters or so. They come around, including the one where they have to jump over it into the water. You can see them on the lower right side there, moving over the first hurdle for the regular run. They come around, finishing their first 200 meters, going over the first hurdle. Looks like there were no falls. So come around the far side. It looks like we have one athlete handily in the lead. That looks like Keith well again from Lewis and Clark. I have full confidence that I pronounced that incorrectly, but he has several feet of a gap. That might be a quarter of a second there, but it's very early race. There's really no way to call it. When you come around, you see them cut in for the first water jump of the steeplechase. I believe for all remaining laps, they have to do that. Now, I believe the strategy here is to jump as far as possible, because the farther out you go, the less water you have to go through, because it's a ramp that moves up. They now all have wet socks for the remainder of this race. If you were to ask me, I would simply reject the proposition of doing that, because it seems very difficult, but, well, running with wet socks sounds unpleasant. Sonia Urbanowitz from UBC has officially failed the 4.1 meter jump, concluding the women's pole vault. Men's long jump is currently led by Tyler Jones with the previous jump from Eastern Oregon University at 6.77 meters. Israel Miles from Eastern Oregon is up next. Men's hammer is led by Sam Weller from Lewis and Clark at 44.98 meters. Hunter Enoch, our last throw was 35.78 meters. Hunter Enoch is currently up again, it looks like. Looks like Keith Ootwell from Lewis and Clark is still in the lead, coming around for their second water jump. Some of them seem to be making it over the water entirely. Coming down the straightaway, their hurdle jumps. Certainly seeing them making their way. Looks like they're pack is starting to break up. Looks like Bryson Brown from Lewis and Clark is now in the lead for the steeplechase, and he has a sizable gap from him. The rest of the pack is breaking up. You can see there's, well, nearly grouped by teams, runners coming around. Okay. Come down, go over the hurdles. Coming up on 4 minutes into the event. Be interesting to see if this turns out like the previous race, where some of the athletes end up lapping other team members, competitors. Thanks for the response, James Lowe, for the audio. Bodacious Pig Barbecue, appreciate the kudos. Cameras on the throws. We might be able to move back. Earlier, we were on the throws for nearly all of the women's hammer events, and we were instructed by the powers that be to mix it up a little bit, but I will see if we can get back to some shots on the throws. Looks like Justin Ash from Eastern Oregon in Heat 1 for the men's 3K steeplechase is in the lead now with 4 more laps to go. It looks like the men's hammer throw has concluded for now for flight 1. Men's long jump flight 2 looks like it's starting up. If you are interested in viewing the stats separately from what I call out on the stream, I encourage you to go to track or live.tf should take you to the live stats, and then you select the CCC Conference Championships, or you could go to live.athletictiming.net. Looks like the leader has a growing lead, although it seems to keep changing hands in first place from the Eastern Oregon athletes. With only 3 more laps to go, the event is coming to a close, and the difference between each split is growing. Looks like our leader is again coming to the water pit, nearly clearing the whole thing. That may be why he's in the lead. There are other athletes who may not presently be visible who are beginning to not clear the hurdles and are having to climb over them. For men's long jump, the most recent mark was Eli Stevens from Oregon Tech with 6.67 meters. Tyler Jones from Eastern Oregon leads with 6.77. Lyle Lowe from UBC is up next for the men's long jump. Men's hammer is still waiting on warm-ups to begin heat 2, or flight 2. 2 laps to go now on the men's 3,000 meter steeplechase. Justin Ash from Eastern Oregon University still in the lead. All right, Justin Ash with just 1 more lap to go in the lead from Eastern Oregon University. Most recent split time I see is 6 minutes and 52.28 seconds. He keeps up his previous pace. He will end around 9 minutes. Actually, 8.08. 8 minutes and 8.44 seconds is Justin Ash's lap -1 time. So 1 more lap, that does put him around 9. Lyle Lowe from UBC just jumped 6.49 meters in the men's long jump. Mason Nichols from Eastern Oregon University is up next. More of the pack from the men's 3,000 meter steeplechase is now coming around to their final lap. It looks like we may get through this race without any laps or lappings. Laps? Passes? What would you call that? Lappings? Okay. If you can hear in the background, some of the Eastern Oregon athletes are cheering on their teammate Justin Ash, who has just finished around 9 minutes 24.36 seconds. Looks like he did end up lapping some of the other competitors. And it looks like 2nd place in, 3rd are in, 3rd from Oregon Tech, 2nd is obscured. 2nd is UBC, Maximilian Fillon. Or Fillon. 3rd is Tyken Preston from Oregon Tech. Looks like 4th is Braden Doherty from Oregon Tech. 5th, George Showers from Eastern Oregon. 6th is previous leader Keith Udwellen from Lewis Clark, followed by others that have not yet updated. I will remind these are presently unofficial times until the event has concluded. Men's long jump, Mason Nichols from Eastern Oregon has fouled. Israel Miles from Eastern Oregon is up next. Heat 1 winner, Justin Ash from Oregon Tech. His time has been made official, it looks like, as 9 minutes, 24.36 seconds. But only his. so far. It looks like Tyken Preston, our very own Oregon Tech athlete, has just set a new PR with an unofficial time of 9 minutes 46.30 seconds. And Hunter Axton from College of Idaho has also set a PR at 10 minutes and 2.34 seconds. We're not showing any other PRs at this time. Overall, the standings are for the men's 3K steeplechase: Justin Ash, 924, Maximilian Villone from UBC, 942, Tyken Preston, Oregon Tech, 946, Brandon Doherty, Oregon Tech, 958, Hunter Axton, College of Idaho, 1002, Keith Udwelligan, Lewis and Clark, 1007, George Showers, Eastern Oregon, 1011, Luke Davis, Eastern Oregon, 1016, Bryson Brown, Lewis and Clark, 1019, Tucker Piper, Oregon Tech, 1030, Bryce Worrell, Oregon Tech, 937, Easton Oots, College of Idaho, 1051, and Grant Anderson, 13th place from Corbin University at 11 minutes and 7 seconds. Israel Miles from Eastern Oregon has just jumped a 6.37 meter jump at the men's long jump. It looks like that may be the end of flight 2. Or no, Eli Hayes from College of Idaho is up next. Can we get a shot on long jump? Or should we stick with hammer? All right, it looks like men's hammer throw is beginning flight 2. Either that or warm up. In a minute here, we will have updated information for you. In the meantime, Eli Hayes, College of Idaho, still up on the men's long jump. All right, it sounds like men's hammer throw is just beginning to warm up for flight 2. Men's long jump is on their second or third jumps, and finals will be conducted shortly. We'll try to get that for you.
So excited.
This stream today is brought to you from Oregon Tech Broadcasting and Oregon Tech Athletics, home of the Oregon Tech Owls, here hosting at the John F. Moll Stadium for a second track meet in the past 12 years. The first track meet in the past 12 years was hosted about 6 weeks ago. Fortunately, the stadium fell into disrepair, but President Dr. Nagi Naganathan has helped us raise money to renovate so that we were able to host again. Looks like we have a shot on men's long jump again. Most recent jump was Eli Stevens from Oregon Tech with a 6.43 meter jump. Hunter Reiniger from Bushnell is up next. It looks like Hunter Reiniger may have just scratched. Kaleo Wellman from Bushnell is actually up next, according to my information here. Again, Athletic Live provides the same stats to you that they do to me. If you go to live.tf, you can see all of the events that are hosted live right now and look at stats as they come in.
I don't even think I'm out of bed.
Looks like Kaleo Wellman from Bushnell just made a jump. It's a white flag. I believe that is a valid jump from the line judge. We'll have a measurement for you shortly. I believe this is his second attempt of 3. coming in at
First call for the winner.
quantity of meters that will be known to us shortly.
First call for the winners.
I already told him. I was like,
Still awaiting the results for Kaleo Wellman's jump from Bushnell University for the men's long.
Again, in the top three finishers for the women's 3,000 meters quickly.
Kaleo Wellman from Bushnell just did 6.59 meters, which you can see on screen there. Let's see if I can pull the event standing so far. In first place from Eastern Oregon University with a brand new PR, Tyler Jones with a 6.77 meter jump. Second place, also with a PR, from College of Idaho is Eli Hayes at 6.75 meters. Eli Stevens from Oregon Tech, currently in third, also with a PR at 6.67 meters for the men's long jump. Trenton Johnson from Lewis and Clark State out of Idaho is up next for the men's long jump. Believe men's hammer throw will resume shortly.
Yeah, that sounds like a lovely
To respond to Mr. Bagel in the chat as to why Braden was hurdling the water barrier, I believe that was because he didn't want his socks to be very wet. It would be extremely unpleasant to run a race with soaking wet shoes.
I'll remove here in a second when they all get that. Don't be upset if I disappear.
Trenton Johnson from Lewis and Clark just took first place with his 6.82 meter men's long jump. Up next, Hunter Reininger from Bushnell University. Lewis and Clark State has been performing very strongly at the meet today for the CCC finals. Looks like Hunter has a legal jump there. We'll await measurement shortly. Here's men's hammer is still warming up. I believe if you go to live.tf or at live.athletictiming.net and you select this event, you can also see which track and field events are coming up soon under the events tab. Several of the final calls have just been called by the organizers here. Hunter Reininger from Bushnell, 6.25 meters, long jump. Trenton Johnson from Lewis and Clark, still in the lead. Tyler from Eastern Oregon University. Next. It also appears men's pole vault is lining up and warming up. Although none of them are even in their uniforms yet, so I imagine there's a little bit of time before we get into that. Looks like Israel Miles is now up next for Eastern Oregon. Most previous result is still from Hunter Reininger, 6.25 meters, Bushnell. Looks like men's long jump, Israel Miles from Eastern Oregon clocks in 6.23 meters. According to the information feed I have here, Tyler Jones from Eastern Oregon University is up next for the men's long jump. Right now, if you can hear behind me, there are awards going on at the podium in the center of the field. Fortunately, we do not have a feed right now on the podium. Tyler Jones from Eastern Oregon University fouls in the men's long jump. Up next, Lyle Lowe from the University of British Columbia. Looks like Lyle Lowe going for his jump. Lands kind of sideways, but gets the white flag anyway. Looks like Lyle Lowe's distance came in 6.6 meters. Mason Nichols from Eastern Oregon up next for his second attempt. It looks like men's hammer throw is ready to get going again. Looks like first up is Johan Kobena from College of Idaho. Looks like Mason Nichols from Eastern Oregon jumps. And he makes it. I'll update you shortly with his distance. As soon as men's hammer throw actually begins, we will show you that. Here we see men's pole vault warming up as we move over to the men's hammer throw feed. Men's long jump, Mason Nichols just jumped, or Eli Hayes from College of Idaho just jumped 6.66 meters. Men's hammer, most recent, Joey Wildman from Eastern Oregon University at 39.86 meters. William Cazell from UBC up next. For competing universities, we have Oregon Tech, our host university, which I attend, Bushnell University, the College of Idaho, Lewis and Clark State, and the University of British Columbia, and Eastern Oregon University. I believe that is all of them. I can check the actual list in a minute here, if I can find it, which is a big if. Yeah, I'm not seeing a formal list of competing teams today. Bushnell, College of Idaho, Lewis and Clark, EOU, UBC, Oregon Tech, Corbin. Corbin is also here. We're also joined by College of Idaho. If you go to the Cascade Collegiate Conference, they may have information on which teams have qualified for the finals before moving on to the national championships. Fortunately, I do not have that in front of me right now. Men's long jump, most recently, Kaleo Wellman from Bushnell jumped 6.81 meters. Trenton Johnston from Lewis and Clark State is up next. Men's hammer throw, most recently, Colby Anderson from EOU jumped with 44.39 meters. 0.6 meters behind our leader, Sam Weller from Lewis and Clark with 44.98. Matthew Araki from Corbin up next. Here, Matthew Araki sends a rocket into outer space, and the officials run to measure. We'll update you as soon as we can. Meanwhile, Trenton Johnson from Lewis and Clark State still up for long jump. Again, men's long jump, Kaleo Wellman jumped 6.81, which is 0.01 behind our leader, Trenton Johnson, 6.82. Trenton's up for another jump. Trenton Johnson fouls on his next jump. Hunter Reininger from Bushnell up next. Looks like men's pole vault is starting to kick off. Matthew Rocky from Corbin threw a 36.43 on his last hammer. Tanner Sackman from College of Idaho is up next. Bud Patsky from Oregon Tech is up first for the men's pole vault. They will begin with 3.75 meters. All right. Momentarily, we should see Tanner Sackman from College of Idaho's results. Most recent that we have, Matthew Rocky, 36.43 from Corbin. Hunter Reininger from Bushnell just jumped 6.38 on the men's long jump. The lead is still held by Trenton Johnson, who fouled on his last attempt. Tanner Sackman now takes the lead for the men's hammer throw from the College of Idaho with a 50.37 meter throw. That's a rocket launch. Mark Church from Eastern Oregon University is up next. Up now for men's long jump is Tyler Jones from Eastern Oregon. Hunter Reininger with his previous 6.38, led by Trent 6.82. It looks like Tyler Jones has just made his throw. That was, it appears to be outside of the bounds for the throw. It's unfortunate because that thing, I think that went, if that had been in the lines, I think that would have been a new lead. So that's Mark Church with a scratch basically on that throw. Devin Marrero from University of British Columbia up next for men's hammer. Tyler Jones still up for men's long jump. Tyler Jones came in 6.65 meters from Eastern Oregon. Lyle Lowe from UBC is up next for the men's long jump. Right, we do have the official list of all competing teams for the Cascade Collegiate Conference Outdoor Track and Field Championships. In what appears to be alphabetical order, the University of British Columbia, Bushnell, College of Idaho, Corbin University, Eastern Oregon University, Evergreen University, Lewis and Clark State, Multnomah, Northwest, Oregon Tech, and Southern Oregon University are competing. And then UNAT is in the conference, but I do not believe they sent anyone for this meet. So I hope that answers your question, Ian. That is the most updated information that I have. Looks like Lyle Lowe has jumped. We're still waiting on the result from that. Devin Marrero from UBC just threw, or just fouled on his hammer throw. The hammer throw is still led by Devin Marrero from UBC, 55.13 meters. Matthew Uliana from UBC is the one who just fouled. Johan Kobena from College of Idaho is up next for men's hammer. Men's long jump, Lyle Lowe came in at 6.48 meters. Mason Nichols from Eastern Oregon University up next. Johan Kobena looks to have thrown a legal throw. We'll await official word on that. Looks like Mason Nichols is lined up and getting ready to take his run and jump. We'll see just how long it is. And here he goes. Launches off the line and lands. See what the flag call is, and we have white. It is a legal jump. We'll get measurements shortly. Johan Kobena threw 46.73 meters in the men's hammer throw. Still in the lead, Devin Marrero with 55.13 from UBC. Colby Anderson, Eastern Oregon University, up next. Actually, it looks like Joey Wylam from Eastern Oregon University just took his spot. Lyle Lowe, UBC, 6.48 meters. We'll await Mason Nichols' distance here in a minute. Joey Wylam looks to have thrown a legal throw. We'll see what that comes out to in a moment here. Looks like Mason Nichols jumped 5.83 meters from Eastern Oregon, the men's long. Then in a moment here, we'll see Joey Wylam's result in the men's hammer. Joey Wylam came in 44.33 meters. Devin Marrero, UBC, still leads with 55.13. William Cazell from UBC up next. William Cazell fouls in the men's hammer throw. Devin Marrero still in the lead. We've been seeing a lot of fouls today for the hammer throw for both men and women. It seems that somehow the information that they need to exit from the back of the ring has not been properly communicated at some point. And it does not seem like it's being called out, aside from calling a foul, when they step out in the ring. The reason that they have that rule at all is so when you spin around, if you overstep the ring, you have an advantage. So as soon as you enter, you can't cross the front half, which would give you an unfair advantage. And I don't know, no one on their teams or none of the coaches or none of the officials are saying anything, but that is why that is the way that it is. Colby Anderson from Eastern Oregon University is up next for the men's hammer throw. Looks like he has just thrown. We're awaiting results now. Mason Nichols, EOU, last men's long with the 5.83. That event may be coming to a close since they have not yet put another athlete into the live system. It looks like we're reaching the end of the men's pole vault warm-ups. Very soon we will start seeing the official jumps. Colby Anderson from Eastern Oregon threw a 44.98 in the men's hammer. Matthew Araki from Corby University is up next. Colby Anderson from Eastern Oregon threw. Matthew Araki from Corbin just threw and fouled. Let me see here if I can get the previous result. Looks like Tanner Sackman from College of Idaho is up next. Sounds like they're starting to call for the 4x100 meter relay, which I believe begins at 6 p.m. So in about 20 minutes, we'll begin running events again. Right now, we have Tanner Sackman's result from College of Idaho for the men's hammer throw, 48.53 meters. Mark Church, EOU, up next. So the women's 4x100 will begin at 6 p.m. The men's 4x100 will begin right after that, followed by the women's 1500 and the men's 1500. And then we'll get into hurdles and then the 400 meter, well, flat race, and then the 10K. And I believe the discus has been moved to tomorrow. So that and women's long jump are all that remain for today's broadcast. Mark Church has thrown and not kept it within the bounds of the cone lines or whatever you would call that the hammer must stay between. Devin Marrero, our leader from UBC, throwing next. Looks like
Oh.
Looks like Devin Marrero has fouled on his throw. Matthew Uliana from UBC next. Overall standings for the CCC Outdoor Track and Field Championships are as follows. It looks like Eastern Oregon University currently stands in first place near the end of day one with 31 points overall. UBC in second with 18. Oregon Tech in third with 16. SOU, Southern Oregon University with 6. College of Idaho 4. And Lewis and Clark 3. So that's EOU in first, UBC in second, OIT in third, SOU in fourth, COI in 5, and Lewis and Clark in 6th place. Although I will point out that we don't have all of the official times from today's events in, so scoring may change. Matthew Uliana fouls in the men's hammer. Johan Kobena from College of Idaho throwing next. Johan Kobena throws 44.08 meters from College of Idaho for the men's hammer. Joey Weiland from Eastern Oregon University up next. This stream is brought to you by Oregon Tech Broadcasting. My name, if you're wondering, is Graham Wiltrout. I'm the director of OTB, and it's an on-campus organization that streams things like this and provides a paid opportunity for Oregon Tech students. If you enjoy the stream and you want to watch more, make sure you subscribe, like the stream, and if you want us to get paid better, then you could even comment about how great this is. But that's just if you want to. Do appreciate the positive feedback we've been getting. Most recently, we also broadcast Music Garden, which is our annual concert event here on campus, where we fly in bands from all over the nation to, well, give a live show to the students here. I believe that is publicly available on our channel. I'm not sure. The OTB channel, and you click the live tab. Music Garden 2024 is up there. A bunch of really cool live music if you want to listen to that back. Looks like Joey Weilam's result is in from Eastern Oregon University, 39.43 meters. William Gazelle from UBC up next for men's hammer. It looks like men's pole vault has begun. Carson LaBelle from Southern Oregon University Bud Patsky is up first from Oregon Tech, attempting 3.75 meters. Up first here, we have Bud Patsky getting ready to go. 3.75 meters for the men's pole vault. William Gazelle from UBC just threw 44.22 meters on men's hammer. And Bud is getting ready to go. Stretching out, getting ready for his run up. He's off. Firm placement, makes it over clearly. Bud Patsky appears to have succeeded, 3.75 meters. So he will not need to jump again until the next height. William Cazell from UBC recently threw 44.22 meters. Colby Anderson from EOU up next on the men's hammer. But Bud Patsky successful. First try, first height. Up next is Calvin Lewis from EOU, Eastern University. Just kidding. It's actually Nathan Griffiths from Bushnell up next. Again, attempting 3.75 meters. Colby Anderson just threw 45.98 meters on men's hammer. Looks like Nathan Griffiths is off, and he is unsuccessful on his first attempt. He has 2 more tries to pass 3.75 meters before his meet is over for pole vault. Looks like Colby Anderson threw his 45.98. Matthew Araki from Corbin is up next for men's hammer. And it looks like men's long jump might be resuming. It looks like Zach Kurtzinger from College of Idaho is up first. Calvin Lewis from Eastern Oregon University getting ready to try 3.75 meter jump. Looks like Calvin Lewis was unsuccessful on his first attempt at 3.75 meters. Looks like Colby Anderson threw his 45.98. We're still waiting on Matthew Araki's result for the men's hammer. Looks like Brett Olmstead from Bushnell University up next for men's pole vault. Matthew Araki comes in at 40.49 meters for the men's hammer. Tanner Sackman, College of Idaho, up next. It looks like Brett Olmstead succeeds on his first attempt for 3.75 meters. Zach Kurtzinger from College of Idaho fouls on his first men's long jump attempt. Romeo Metcalf from Multnomah up next. And Israel Miles from Eastern Oregon University is off, 3.75 meters, and he makes it. First attempt. Looks like Tanner Sackman ended up throwing in the men's hammer a 51.42 meter throw. Mark Church from Eastern Oregon University up next for men's hammer. Looks like our next athlete, Nathan Griffiths from Bushnell University, has just failed his second attempt at the 3 3/4 meter men's pole vault. And the men's long jump, Romeo Metcalf from Multnomah jumps 5.54 meters. Lyle Lowe from UBC up next. Where we're at now, men's long jump, Lyle Lowe up next. Romeo Metcalf from Multnomah, 5.54 meters is our most recent result. And our leader is Trenton Johnson from Lewis and Clark State at 6.82 meters. The hammer throw current standings are Mark Church on deck, Tanner Sackman with a 51.42 as our most recent, and Devin Marrero from the University of British Columbia with a 55.13 in the lead. It looks like Calvin Lewis, I believe, from Eastern Oregon just succeeded his second attempt at the men's pole vault, moving on to the next level. Mark Church throws a 51.40 in the men's hammer. Next on deck for that is blank for me now. We'll update momentarily. Nathan Griffiths from Bushnell do not believe that is Nathan Griffin's. Oh. But yep, Nathan Griffiths from Bushnell fails all three. His pole vault is concluded for the day. For men's long jump, Lyle Lowe jumps 6.84 meters, taking the lead with his most recent jump. Ty Kishin from Bushnell University up next. Devin Marrero, our leader, has thrown in hammer throw, and he is fouled out. I do not have information on who's up next. Oh, no. Matthew Uliana from UBC is following Devin Marrero, his teammate. Hopefully he doesn't also foul. Matthew Uliana spins up and it's ready to throw, starts coming around, and releases here. Man, if they keep this up, I'm going to start having to wear a hard hat over here in the broadcast tent. Bud Patsky up next for Oregon Tech in the men's pole vault, attempting 3.9 meters. Ty Kishin fouls men's long jump. Eli Stevens next for Oregon Tech on the long jump. Do not believe we have an angle of Bud Patsky current moment. Awaiting Matthew Uliana's recent hammer throw result. And Eli Stevens from Oregon Tech for long jump. It looks like men's pole vault is ready to go. Bud Patsky going for his 3.9 meter jump, attempt number 1, and he does not make it on the first try. Eli Stevens jumps 6.46 in the men's long. Matthew Uliana with his recent hammer throw, 51.43. All in meters. Up next for men's pole vault is Calvin Lewis from Eastern Oregon University, again attempting 3.9 meters. Eli Stevens, Oregon Tech, jumped 6.46. Eli Hayes, College of Idaho, up next for men's long. It's like Calvin Lewis from Eastern Oregon University is getting ready to go for his first attempt at this height, 3.9 meters. He runs and scratches. Attempt number 1 is a fail. He has 2 more tries to get over this height before he is, well, done competing. Here we have Aiden Everard from College of Idaho, handily making it over 3.9 meters. Soon we will go and see upcoming women's 4x100 meter relay. Eli Hayes from College of Idaho jumps 6.66 meters in the men's long. Tyler Jones from EOU up next. Brett Olmstead from Bushnell University getting ready to pole vault, 3.9 meters. All right, Eli Hayes, College of Idaho, jump 6.66. Tyler Jones, EOU up. Matthew Uliana is our most result. I believe that might have been the end of the flight for men's hammer. It looks like Brett Olmstead is locking in and getting ready for his first attempt at 3.9. Coming up in about 3 minutes will be the women's 4x100 meter relay race. Brett Olmstead from Bushnell is off. Sticks the pole. and makes it over. Successful on his first attempt. Tyler Jones fouls in the men's long jump from Eastern Oregon. Kaleo Wellman from Bushnell up next for men's long. Men's hammer has apparently moved on. William Cazell from UBC fouls out. Joey Weiland from Eastern Oregon University up next. I guess it was not concluded. Looks like Aiden Everard from College of Idaho was successful at his 4.05 meter attempt in the pole vault. That may have been the previous contestant or competitor. It's like Tyler Jones from EOU fouls. Kaleo Wellman up. Joey Weiland fouls from men's hammer. Unsure who follows. Men's pole vault, Maxon Huxtall from Eastern Oregon University. Getting ready to try the 3.9 meter jump. He is off and scratches on his first attempt. He has 2 more tries. All right, in less than a minute now, the women's 4x1 will start promptly at 6. Maxon Huxall appears to have succeeded the 3.9 meter attempt for men's pole. Kaleo Wellman has just jumped 6.75 meters for Bushnell in the long. Trenton Johnson from Lewis and Clark up next. Joey Weiland fouls the men's hammer. Sam Weller from Lewis and Clark up next. Israel Miles from Eastern Oregon University will be our next vaulter coming up here. He makes it over, 3.9, successful in the first try. I believe we are at the point where we're going to start covering the women's 4x1. Meanwhile, Bud Patsky gets ready for his second attempt. The women's 4x1 is about to start. Here we're trying to get to the start. Looks like one of our radios is not functional to our camera op. You can see through here, they're getting down on the blocks, getting ready to go for the women's 4x1. They go up. They're just about to start. They're set. The gun is off. They're going. Looks like the first set of handoffs are successful. As the women come around the second leg, the next leg has begun. It looks like lane 5 is in the lead. Lane 6 is catching up. They're coming around the final stretch. All of the handoffs appear to be successful. We come. Looks like Multnomah in the lead with UBC in second. UBC makes a final push, taking first place over the line. UBC takes first with a 46.32. Multnomah in second, with the victory slipping through their fingers with the 46.50, followed by EOU 47.18, and Lewis and Clark 47.19. Bud Patsky up for his third attempt at the men's pole vault, 3.9 meters. The previous 2 unsuccessful. Trenton Johnson jumped most recent, jumped 6.42. Zach Kurtzenker from College of Idaho up next for long. Colby Anderson from EOU threw a 45.41 in the hammer. Johan Gobena up next for that. Here we have Bud Patsky's final attempt getting ready to go. We can also see celebration from the racers who just finished a hard-fought victory. Bud Patsky is off, down the lane. He sticks it, and he makes it over. Successful on his third attempt. The first two were not. But he's in for the next height. Zach Kurtzinger for the men's long and College of Idaho fouls. Romeo Metcalf from Multnomah up next. Still waiting on Johan Kobena's result from College of Idaho for the men's hammer. Calvin Lewis from Eastern Oregon University on his third attempt for the 3.9-meter jump. If he succeeds, then he will also move on to the next height, but if he doesn't, his pole vaulting for the day will be concluded. Just to recap the 4x1, UBC has the NAIA A and B qualification, as do Multnomah, Eastern Oregon, and Lewis and Clark. UBC in first with a 46.32, Multnomah in second, 46.5. It looks like that athlete is done for the day, Calvin Lewis, with a third unsuccessful jump. Eastern Oregon in third for the women's 4x1, 47.18. And then the last national qualifier, Lewis and Clark State out of Idaho with a 47.19. Following our College of Idaho with a 48.36, Bushnell with a 49.15, and Corbin in seventh with a 50.90 second 4x1. And Lewis is done for the day now. We have Romeo Metcalf's result for the men's long. He jumped a 6.28-meter jump. Johan Kobena threw a hammer 46.57 meters for the College of Idaho. Mark Church for men's hammer from East Iowa from UBC up next for men's long. The men 4x100 is getting ready to start, it appears. I do believe they're going to wait until 6:05 on the dot to officially begin. Though they are clearing the track, we are hearing the whistles blow to, well, yell at people to get off the track. Well, we'll go now over here to the beginning of the 4x1 for the men. Bud Patsky on pole vault getting ready to jump 4.05, but for now, stay on the men's 4x1. Looks like seated first is UBC, seated second is Bushnell, third is EOU, fourth is Multnomah, and I can't see the rest. We're getting ready to start. The gun is up, blocks are set. The men's 4x1 is set, about to start. And they're off. I believe that is a false start. We heard the second two shots there to signify that they need to come back and rerun the 100. We're unsure if that was an athlete's false start or if there was another technicality. In other news, Bud Patsky is unsuccessful in his first attempt from Oregon Tech at the 4.05-meter men's pole vault. Lyle Lowe jumped 6.81 in the men's long. He is also in the lead with a 6.84. Ty Kishin from Bushnell up next for the men's long. Tanner Sackman from College of Idaho threw a 49.74 at the hammer. Matthew Liana from UBC up next. We'll wait to see what's going on and update you for the men's 4x1. I believe they will restart momentarily. Meanwhile, Aiden Everard from College of Idaho getting ready to attempt 4.2 meters on the men's pole vault. appears he was unsuccessful. He has 2 more tries to meet that. Otherwise, he then has to stop. Matthew Uliana throws outside of the bounds and gets a scratch for his latest throw. Devin Marrero is up next for UBC for men's hammer, still in the lead with a 55.13 meter throw. Ty Kishin passes, so it looks like he just opted not to throw to, well, I don't know what the motivation for that would be. It looks like the men's 4x1 is taking a breather for a minute while they all get reset. It's like Maxon Huxall is up next in Eastern Oregon for the men's pole vault, 4.05. It was like off second. All right, the men's 4x1 looks to be heating up again. Maxon Huxall going for his 4.05 meter knocks the pole off or the bar off. He has 2 more tries. Ty Kishin still is most recently passed men's long. Devin Marrero with a 50.07. William Cazell on deck for UBC for men's hammer. Now we come back to the men's 4x100 meter relay. They are taking to their block and they're getting ready. They're set. And they're off. Strong start from all the men's teams. It looks like they're coming around. Clean handoffs all around. Looks like it's at Multnomah. Is at lane 4 in the lead. Healthily in the lead as they come into the third leg. Lane 6, or lane 5 and 6 are second and third. Multnomah in 4th, or lane 4. Steadily ahead with a growing gap. They're coming down the line. Multnomah with a handy lead, followed by what looks to be Multnomah. 39.88 is crazy. Lewis and Clark in second, 41.44. College of Idaho in third, 41.47. Eastern Oregon in fourth, 41.73. UBC in fifth, 42.53. Multnomah celebrating on the line here. They ran a hell of a race right there. Oh my God. Like, I'm not the most up to date on track stuff. I spend all my time doing media production, but man, they were hauling. It looks like Maxon Huxall has failed 1 attempt at 4.05 for Eastern Oregon on the pole vault. Getting ready for another. Eli Hayes most recently jumped 6.43 in men's long. William Cazell missed again. Joey Wylam on deck for Eastern Oregon University for men's hammer. Maxwell Huxon makes it over. Second attempt, 4.05 meters. Or no, that was Israel Miles from Eastern Oregon, 4.05. Just had an updated here. And to recap the men's 4x1 results. Again, these are unofficial for the time being until they are certified by the CCC officials and the timing organization who is sharing their live stats with us, Athletic Timing. They're good at what they're doing. First place was Multnomah with a 39.88 second 4x100. They qualify for the national championships. Lewis and Clark in second, 41.44. I believe they also qualify. College of Idaho in third place with a 41.47 men's 4x1, and that is it looks to be a new record for that team. And then Eastern Oregon in fourth, I believe they're the last qualifier, 41.73 seconds. It looks like Eastern Oregon, UBC, and Oregon Tech all set a season best today. UBC is in fifth with 42.53, Oregon Tech in sixth, 42.64, Bushnell seventh, 43.93, and Corbin in eighth with 44.26. Again, these are not official results yet. When they are certified, then they will go and affect standings for the meet. Up now is James Bogdanowicz from Lewis and Clark, attempting 4.05 meters. That may have been a jump that I just missed. Looks like Tyler Jones fouls for men's long jump from Eastern Oregon. Kaleo Wellman from Bushnell up next for men's long. Colby Anderson misses from Eastern Oregon for men's hammer. Johan Kobena up next from College of Idaho. It looks like the previous pole vaulter was successful. Bud Paskey from Oregon Tech is up now to attempt his second attempt for 4.05 meters. His first one was unsuccessful. The next running event will be the women's 1,500 meter race, which will start in about 2 minutes. Bud Paskey on the run up, he sticks the pole, unsuccessful on his second attempt. He has one more try. If he is unsuccessful, then his pole vault is concluded for the day. Again, if you have any questions or any comments or concerns about the stream, feel free to let us know in the YouTube live chat. Well, we're not constantly monitoring it. We're checking it every couple minutes. Aiden Everard from College of Idaho getting ready to go for the men's pole vault. 4.3 meters is the next height. Kaleo Wellman from Bushnell jumps 3.83 meters for the men's long. Trenton Johnson from Lewis and Clark up next. Johan Kobena threw a 44.84 meter hammer throw for College of Idaho. Mark Church up next. Aiden Everard looking to get ready, stretching out, warming up. Now he's off, heading down the lane, sticks the pole, and makes it over on his first attempt for 4.3 meters. Trenton Johnson from Lewis and Clark fouls on the men's long jump. Mark Church still has not registered a result for the hammer throw. Zach Kurtzinger from College of Idaho up next for men's long. Aiden Everard successful for 4.3. The women's 1,500 on their marks, and they're off. Looks like a tight pack here today for the women's 1,500. Do not currently see the names of the competitors or the positions that they're in, but as they cross the finish line for each lap, it will show me here. All keeping a pretty consistent pace across the pack. Cannot currently tell who is in the lead. Mark Church misses on the men's hammer. Tanner Sackman, College of Idaho, up next. Women's 1,500 is coming around the home stretch for their first lap. Looks like a tight pack, and the blue jersey team is in front. Looks like the leader is currently Rachel Mortimer from the University of British Columbia. First 400 meters, 59.2 seconds. 2 more laps to go. Up now for men's pole vault is Maxon Huxall from Eastern Oregon University, 4.05 meters. And it is an unsuccessful jump. Zach Kurtzuker, Alt College of Idaho, jumps 6.43 meters on the men's long. Romeo Metcalf, Multnomah, up next. Tanner Sackman threw 51.95 for College of Idaho in the men's hammer. Matthew Uliana, UBC, up next. Looks like they are coming about halfway through the race now. The women's for the women's 1500. Again, coming down the home stretch. It appears Abby Pakala from UBC, the 59.69 lap split, is in the lead, or was in the lead at the last gate. As they come down, see an update in a moment. Maxon Huxall, EOU, fails the second attempt at 4.05 meters. You may also hear in the background that the awards for some previous events are going. Looks like Heat 1 is still led by Abby Ilpakala from UBC with a 2 minute in 12.9 second split for the first 2 laps. Romeo Metcalf jumps 6.17 meters for the men's long. Lyle Lowe from UBC up next. Matthew Uliana, 52.07 meters from UBC for the men's hammer. Devin Marrero, our leader, up next for UBC. Bud Patsky fails his third pole vault attempt for 4.05 meters. That means Oregon Tech is out of the men's pole vault for the remainder of the competition. Heat 1 leader is Rachel Mortimer from UBC. 212.9 is her previous split. Looks like they're coming into their final lap. Someone appears to be an athlete from a different event. Just ran down the lane and then stopped. I'd be willing to bet that the lead is still held by... oh, wait. They may be updating here now. It looks like Abby Schertz from College of Idaho is actually in the lead for the women's 1500, followed by Caitlin Cotterell, Abby Ilpakala, Amelia Full. I wonder if the person who stepped off the track there was one of the athletes competing, scratching for the race. Abby Schertz still in the lead. As the race comes to a close, Maxon Huxall, EOU, succeeds 4.05 meters. Yeah, Abby Schertz, College of Idaho, 3:22.19 in the last split. Pushing hard at the finish. 1, 2, 3 there. That looks like, let's see here, Abby Schertz, Caitlin Cotterell, Abby Ilpakala, and more. We'll recap in a minute once the rest of the competitors have finished. Huxall, EOU, succeeds men's pole vault 405. Covered that. Kishin from Bushnell fouls in the men's long jump. Eli Stevens from Oregon Tech up next. Devin Marrero throws 5.3.77 in the men's hammer for UBC. Teammate William Cazell up next. Some of the women's 1500 athletes are not stopping at the line, but stopping shortly after it at the water jug. That is probably a very draining race, especially at a high altitude here in Klamath Falls on a sunny day like today. Carson Fox for College of Idaho up next for men's pole vault. Looks like he's getting ready to go in. Gets a stick up, and he's off down the lane. And an unsuccessful jump from Aiden Everard for 4.3 meters for College of Idaho. William Cazell throws 45.09 meters in the men's hammer. Joey Wylam, Eastern Oregon, up next. Aiden Everard, College of Idaho, actually successful on the 4.2 meter jump. Wait to see what happens after. To recap, women's 1500 meter, first place. Hold on a second. Oh, first place is Abby Ilpakala from UBC with a 4 minute and 34 second, or a 4:34.04 for the 1500. Abby Schertz in second with a 4:34.9. Caitlin Cotterell with a 4:35.35. In fourth, Amia Full, UBC. In the last qualifier, 4:38.5. Following from Evergreen University is Alana Karstens with a 4:42.38. And then Sarah McGilvray from UBC, 4:43.13. Followed by Kahea Figuera from College of Idaho, 4:46.01. Elise Fleming from UBC in 8th with a 4:47.47. Zoe Doran Spleet from UBC with a 4:48.07 in 9th. 10th place, Riley Morris, Eastern Oregon University, 4:50.63. 11th place, Lewis and Clark, Grace Teagues, 4:53.55. 12th, Aubrey Williams, Lewis and Clark, 4:57.75. Then 13th, Charlie Duff, College of Idaho, 5:02.36. And Emma Jean Neal and Rachel Mortimer are DNFs from UBC. Men's pole vault, Brett Olmstead, Bushnell, just failed the 4.2 meter jump. He has 2 more attempts. Eli Hayes from College of Idaho jumps 6.78 meters. Tyler Jones, EOU, up next. Men's hammer throw, Joey Wylam threw a 44.5 for Eastern Oregon University. Sam Weller from Lewis and Clark up next for men's hammer. Max Huxall from Eastern Oregon is attempting 4.2 meters here on the high jump, or the pole vault, and he scratches, does not even go for the jump. Men's hammer, here we see a measurement for Sam Weller, who just threw 41.1 meters. It's like the men's 1500 meters getting geared up to start. Max Huxall up next for the men's pole vault, 4.2 meters. Men's long jump, Tyler Jones still on deck. Men's hammer, Sam Weller through the 41.1. Colby Anderson from Eastern Oregon up next. It's like Max Huxall scratches for the pole vault. Or no, that was a successful throw that I just missed. He moves on to the next height. I'm now going to take a sip of water for a moment. Tyler Jones, Eastern Oregon, jumps 6.59 for the men's long. That was the men's pole vault right there. It does not show me who just jumped. The most recent jumper was Maxon Huxall on my screen, but it looks like Carson Fox from College of Idaho was actually the most recent jumper. Tyler Jones, 6'5'9", Kalia Wellman Bushnell up next for men's long. Sam Weller, same throw. Colby Anderson still waiting a result on for men's hammer. Looks like they're measuring that right now. Israel Miles from EOU up next for the men's pole vault. He goes, sticks the pole, and makes it over. That looks like a successful throw, but we'll await the official result. That's 4.2 meters from Israel Miles, Eastern Oregon, and he succeeds. Kalia Wellman from Bushnell fouls in the men's long jump. Trenton Johnson, Lewis and Clark State up next. Johan Kobena from College of Idaho threw a 48.89 most recently. Mark Church up next for men's hammer from EOU. Looks like James Bogdanowicz from Lewis and Clark State is up next for men's pole vault, attempting 4.2 meters in a moment here. And this is Mark Church getting ready to throw the multi-kilogram hammer. I believe it was like 7.2 kilograms. I think the women's was 4 kilograms. And I think that one was like 7.2. All right. Simultaneously, the pole vaulting and the hammer throwing are happening. That looks unsuccessful from James Bogdanowicz from Lewis and Clark. We go back to hammer, we might We just missed it. Mark Church, Eastern Oregon, getting measured now. We'll see how it is. Mark Church fouls. Tanner Sackman, College of Idaho, up next for men's hammer. Trenton Johnson fouls in the men's long jump. Bud Patsky has had 3 unsuccessful attempts, but for some reason he's showing up the men's pole vault screen for me. Mark Church foul, Tanner Sackman, College of Idaho up. Tanner Sackman fouls for men's hammer from College of Idaho. Bryce White from UBC is up now for the men's pole vault, 4.2 meters. He's getting ready, running down the lane, sticks it, and unsuccessful throw, just barely knocks the bar off there, which is a scratch. I did find out earlier from one of the officials that there used to be no rule about putting the bar back on as they went over, but people were abusing that, going over, hitting it off, and just relying on swatting it back. So that's now an illegal move. Crazy that anyone ever figured that out, but Matthew Uliana from UBC just threw for men's hammer. Awaiting results there. Most recent result was Tanner Sackman, College of Idaho's foul. Aiden Everard, College of Idaho, 4.2 meters, unsuccessful attempt on the men's pole vault. He has 2 more attempts. And it looks like another unsuccessful attempt for him. He has 1 more shot to stay in the pole vault competition today. Still awaiting Matthew Uliana's result for the men's hammer for UBC. It appears men's long jump has concluded for the time being. There's the men's 1500 meter off. Similarly tight packed to the women, they all maintain a consistent pace. And it looks like they're shifting into positions to draft off each other. Looks like Lewis and Clark is in the lead here for lap 1. And 3rd and 4th place, with their 4th place runner gaining on their teammate. Looks like 3rd place is drafting off of 2nd, whose jersey I can't make out from where I am. Brett Olmstead from Bushnell just failed his 2nd attempt for the men's pole vault at 4.2 meters. Men's 1500 is coming down the straightaway. Lewis and Clark still handily in the lead in 1, 3, and 5. In a moment here, we see Griffin Parcells from Lewis and Clark with a 47.05 for the first stretch of the 1500. He's the current heat leader. Matthew Uliana's result for his most recent hammer throw was 52.59 meters from University of British Columbia. I don't know much about UBC, but I will say those Canadians can throw. James Bogdanowicz and Clark up for his 2nd attempt in the men's pole vault. Comes, plants it, and makes it over. 2nd attempt. Looks like an unofficial success for James Bogdanowicz, Lewis and Clark, 4.2 meters. Looks like the men's 1500 is coming up on the end of their 2nd lap here. I believe that means they have 2 or 3 to go. It appears Griffin Parcells is still in the lead here. We'll have an update in a moment here with the official standings as soon as it updates. Griffin Parcells with a 153.19 split. Hunter Nichols following, and then Frankie Maciel, Kobe Wessels, Noah Miller, Liam Dwyer, Trevor Nichols, Auckland Ryan, Braden Lee, James Thatcher, Luke Lucchesi, and Xander Moa. Follow up with specific times upon the conclusion of that event. Bryce White appears to be successful on his 2nd attempt for the 4.2 meter men's pole vault from UBC. It looks like Devin Marrero on his most recent hammer throw did not keep it within the lines, and that will not count towards his throws. Men's long still appears to be concluded. Bryce White successful, 4.2 meters, UBC, men's pole vault. Men's 1500 coming down the stretch again. It looks like they're about to enter their last lap. Looks like first place is traded hands as they come across. They're now in the last 400 meters of this race. Liam Dwyer from UBC now in the lead, followed by Frankie Maciel and Hunter Nichols. Here we see Aiden Everard, College of Idaho, second attempt, 4.3 meters. He goes up and knocks it off. That looks like an unsuccessful jump. Last 200 meters here of the men's 1,500 meter race. They are really kicking it into gear, especially compared to their beginning pace. It looks like it is a toss-up between Liam Dwyer and Frankie Maciel for first place here, with Liam Dwyer in a healthy lead. Frankie Maciel is gaining, though. He's giving it a final kick and dropping off of him as he pushes, but Frankie just does not have what he needs to catch up and beat Liam Dwyer. Looks like Liam Dwyer takes first place or Hunter Nichols from Eastern Oregon takes first place, actually, with 3 minutes, 54.56 seconds. First place, men's 1,500. Second place, Frankie Maciel, Southern Oregon University, 3 minutes, 55.12 seconds. Fourth or third is Griffin Parcells, Lewis and Clark State, 3:56.9. Braden Lee, Corbin, fourth, 3:58.67. Xander Moa, Corbin, fifth, 3:58.8. Sixth, Kobe Wessels, Lewis and Clark, 3:58.9. Seventh, James Thatcher, Eastern Oregon, 403.23. Eighth, Noah Miller, Multnomah, 403.5. Ninth, Trevor Nichols with a PR from Eastern Oregon University, 403.6. 10th, Joey Kapatich from Northwest, 404.97. 11th, Liam Dwyer, UBC, 409.67. 12th, Auckland Ryan, College of Idaho, 410.19. 13th and final, Luke Lucchesi, Southern Oregon University, 417.08 for the men's 1,500. We'll wait to see when those are certified. Brett Olmstead appears to have just had his third unsuccessful attempt for the 4.2 meter men's pole vault from Bushnell University. I do believe that is his final attempt and will not be continuing to the following heights. It looks like men's hammer and men's long jump have either concluded or they're taking a break. I'm not sure where they're at, though. But Hunter Nichols, Eastern Oregon University, 3 minutes, 54.56 seconds, wins the 1,500 meter race. And I believe that is a qualifier for the national competition. It appears that he was the only qualifier from today's competition. All right, going back to the event standings, I believe we can see where everything's at. It looks like now, pending the rest of the results getting certified that we've had so far, first place is Eastern Oregon University with 48 points for the meet, for day one of the meet. Second is the University of British Columbia with 22 points. Third is Lewis and Clark State with 20 points. Fourth, Oregon Tech, 19 points. Fifth, Southern Oregon, 14 points. Sixth, Multnomah, 11 points. Seventh, College of Idaho, and Corbin University also seventh, tied with 10 points. And then ninth is Bushnell with 2 points. Maxon Huxall getting ready for having just run his first attempt. I think getting ready for his first attempt here for Eastern Oregon University at the men's pole vault at 4.3 meters. That is a lot of meters. And I would really like to try doing it, but I imagine I would hurt myself. Looks like the women's 100-meter hurdles are getting ready to go. Hurdles are set out. Max Huxall, unsuccessful on his first try. 2 more tries to go for him from Eastern Oregon University, 4.3 meters. Does not yet show that the men's hammer and men's long jump have concluded, but there's also no further updates to who is up next or what the standings are. Carson Fox, College of Idaho, runs off for 4.3 meters in the men's pole vault. Goes up, makes it over first try. It looks like the women's 100-meter hurdles are going to start in 8 minutes at 6:45. It will be followed by the men's hurdles 15 minutes after at 7 p.m. It looks like the men's hurdles have multiple heats. Yep, Carson Fox, College of Idaho, succeeds 4.3 meters, moves on to the next height. Looks like up next for the men's pole vault is James Bogdanowicz from Lewis and Clark State, attempting 4.3 meters here. Going up and over. Makes contact with the bar, but doesn't knock it off. I believe that's a successful jump. These are not official results, as the events have not officially been concluded, but it looks like for the men's long jump, Lyle Lowe from UBC is leading with 6.87 meters. And then the men's hammer throw is led by Devin Marrero, also from UBC, with a 55.13 meter throw. Israel Miles getting ready to jump 4.3 on the pole vault from Eastern Oregon University. We also see the women warming up for the 100-meter hurdles. We come back to Israel Miles here, the pole vault. He has an unsuccessful jump. That is his first attempt, 4.3 meters. 2 more to go. 2 more chances to get it. Uncertain if it was warming up for their final flight or if they are just going and not updating the scoring software here, which you can also view at home at live.tf.com. There's a link in the description of the live stream if you want to click it. Otherwise, you can just type it in. All right. Looks like women's discus is going. Maybe just men's discus was moved to tomorrow, but women's discus is now warming up. Right here, I believe this is Maxon Huxall from Eastern Oregon University. Or no, he just went with a second unsuccessful attempt at 4.3 meters. It looks like he's gearing up for his third attempt here. He's off, 6th pole, and Israel Miles on his second attempt, that's who that was, from EOU, nearly makes it over again, but just barely knocks the bar off. 4.3 meters is getting to the end of a lot of people's capability, though, so he's been performing really well this whole meet. Women's discus still warming up. It looks like the final flight for men's hammer might be also warming up for the finals for that event. Israel Miles for men's pole vault only has one more attempt to cover 4.3 meters. All right, in just a few moments here, the women's 100-meter hurdles should get going. Although they have been waiting to begin these events until they are exactly their exact scheduled time. Honestly, it is kind of surprising, and this is the first track meet that I've ever been to where the events are having to wait to start rather than trying to catch up on time. Looks like this is Max Huxall's third attempt at 4.3 meters. Goes in. Oh, flips it with his knee just a little bit, or his shin. That is the end of Max Huxall's pole vaulting for today. That is 3 unsuccessful attempts. I believe 4.15 meters was his highest height today. It does look like the men's hammer throw has actually been concluded. Right after we conclude the women's 100-meter hurdles, I'll go dig out the results for men's hammer. Looks like Israel Miles from Eastern Oregon University is on his third attempt for 4.3 meters. See how he does here. All right, he's up. He's running. Headed down the path. Sticks the pole. Unsuccessful on the third. That is a wrap for Israel Miles from Eastern Oregon University. Coming back to the chat here, I am not seeing any more questions or comments. Again, checking periodically here to respond to anything that you guys would like to know. Going back to the stats, it looks like we might be moving to the next height now. I believe Israel Miles might have been one of the last holdouts with attempts. I think the final few are now whittled down for the remaining heights for the jumps. Looks like the women are lining up and getting ready for the 100-meter hurdles. The whistle's been blown. They're clearing the track. Behind the blocks, getting ready to take spot. We'll do our best to cover from here, but the hurdles do obstruct a lot of the camera angles that we have set up today. Looks like the first heat, or first flight, is lined up. When they all take their stance, they will be set, and then shortly after that, they will shoot the gun and start running. Strong start. Late push from lane 3, wins first place. Looks like lane 2 and lane 5 appear to have taken a fall. She's on the ground. It looks like the trainers are coming, but we have like 10 of the trainers, which are basically sports physical therapists on staff here, so I'm sure she will be all right. Men's long jump is running again. Amari Stevens from College of Idaho just jumped 6.31 meters. Colton Urquhart from Southern Oregon up next. The next heat for the women's 100 is getting started. In that previous race for the women's 100-meter hurdles, Sierra Janikowski from Bushnell took first place with 16.17 seconds. Abigail Strickland from Evergreen in second place with 16.27 seconds down the 100. Third place, Sarah Pimblett from UBC, 16.45. Adrian Washington, EOU, 19.06. And Ruby Stewart, College of Idaho, in fifth place, 21.36 seconds in the current standings. The next heat looks like it's about to begin. In case you didn't hear, the latest information that I received for the discus was that the women would be throwing discus today, and the men's had been moved to tomorrow. Men's long jump, Colton Urquhart from Oregon jumps 5.19 meters. Tanner Macy, College of Idaho, up next. The women's 100-meter hurdles getting ready for flight 2. You can see the seating on the upper left of your screen. This will be heat 2 of 3. Following that will be the men's 110-meter hurdles. The whistle's blown. They're clearing the track. Soon, the women will get ready on the blocks. All right, they're getting ready. Stretching, shaking out, taking their stance. And they're set. And they're off. This is heat 2. Difficult to see who is in what place, but it looks like Sam Conley from Eastern Oregon in first. We'll have official or unofficial results in a second. All right, it looks like Sydney Peck from Eastern Oregon University just set a PR with her first place result of 15.1 seconds. Looks like second place, also from Eastern Oregon, also set a PR. Sam Conley, 15.25 seconds. Third place, Ali Odell, Oregon Tech, 15.62. Fourth place, Scotland Hill, Eastern Oregon, 15.8. Fifth, Sienna Bauer, Southern Oregon University, 15.91. Sixth place, Caleb Morgan, Corbin University, 16.32 seconds. Seventh place, Corona Parker, Evergreen University, 16.5. And eighth place, Sarah Hathaway from Lewis and Clark State, 17.4 seconds. Heat 2 winner, Sydney Peck, Eastern Oregon, 15.1. Looks like Heat 3 is also getting ready to go. Again, after this, we have the men's hurdles the men's 110 hurdles at 7 p.m. Women's 400-meter race at 7:15. Men's 400, 7:25. Women's 10K, 7:35. Men's 10K, 8:20. And then I believe that is all for today, except for the discus throw, which will start. I believe it will start any moment if they didn't also move women's discus to tomorrow. Looks like the men's pole vault finals are starting to call out the jump order. And it also looks like the women are still warming up for the final heat, Heat 3 of the women's 100-meter. It appears Discus is still warming up. We're not seeing any official results or any seedings yet for there. Women are getting ready, getting set, and they're off. Lewis and Clark pulling in the lead. All right, in a moment here, we'll have the results for the women's 100-meter hurdles. Looks like Madigan Kelly from Lewis and Clark State wins first place, qualifying for the national championships, and also setting a Cascade Conference record with a 14.11 second run. Second place, Rebecca Duchak from the University of British Columbia, also qualifying for national competition, 14.47. Third, Jenna Carpenter, Lewis and Clark State, 15.1 seconds. Fourth, Tanya Danoa from UBC, 15.12 seconds. Fifth place is Carly Bedard from Eastern Oregon University, 15.23 seconds. Sixth place, Lizzie Grandel, Eastern Oregon University, 15.39 seconds. Seventh place is Abby Stevens from Southern Oregon University, 15.73 seconds. And eighth place is Alessandra Ionescu Zanetti from University of British Columbia with 15.9 seconds. And eighth place for the final heat of the women's 100-meter hurdles. Right now, in the men's pole vault, we have James Bogdanowicz from Lewis and Clark State attempting 4.4 meters in a moment here. Looks like the women's long jump has begun, but we don't have any results for that yet. Looks like that was an unsuccessful attempt from James Bogdanowicz for Lewis and Clark State for 4.4 meters. He has 2 more attempts at this height. Looks like the flights are set up, but jumping has not yet begun for women's long jump. I presume that the men's long jump has then come to a close. Keith Sorensen from Southern Oregon University is getting ready for an attempt for 4.3 meters here in the pole vault. Looks like he's got the pole up, and he's off down the line, sticks the pole, goes up, and nails the bar. Unsuccessful attempt for attempt 1 for Keith Sorensen, Southern Oregon University, 4.3 meters. Looks like Bryce White from the University of British Columbia up on the men's pole vault, attempting 4.3 meters here. Again, to update the total event standings, let's see if I have it here. Eastern Oregon still handily in first, but getting caught up to by UBC. Eastern Oregon, first place, 56 points. Second place, UBC, 42 points. Third place, Lewis and Clark State, 21 points. Fourth, College of Idaho, 20 points. Here we have Bryce White with a successful attempt at 4.3 meters. Going back to event standings, fourth place, College of Idaho, 20 points. Fifth place, Oregon Tech, 19 points. Sixth place, SOU, 14 points. Seventh place, Multnomah, 11 points. Eighth place, Corbin, 10 points. And ninth place, Bushnell with 2 points. Eli Stevens, our very own Oregon Tech Owl, up next to attempt 4.3 meters for the first time. I believe in 3 minutes, the men's 110-meter hurdles will begin. Yes, the schedule shows 7 p.m. for the men's hurdles. Eli Stevens is down. He plants a stick and easily makes it over, succeeding 4.4 meters on his first attempt. Eli Stevens, our very own Hustling Owl, and I say that because this track meet is brought to you by Oregon Tech Broadcasting. We're an on-campus student organization that handles media production, and we are proud to bring you guys the highest quality broadcast that we can for the Cascade Collegiate Conference track and field finals for outdoor track. Looks like they're calling out the next roundup of pole vaulters. Right now, Carson LaBelle for Southern Oregon University is attempting 4.4 meters. The first attempt is successful. Man, it seemed like he nearly had a foot between him and the bar there. Still awaiting a result officially for Carson LaBelle, but I anticipate that will be... Oh, Carson Fox from College of Idaho gets a scratch. Or no, he's up next for 4.4 on the second attempt. I presume Carson LaBelle then had a successful jump. It looks like Carson Fox from College of Idaho was successful on his second attempt there. Women's discus is starting to flight up along with women's long jump. In a minute here, we will go to the 110-meter hurdles for the men. But in the meantime, we'll stay covering the men's pole vault.
My mom said she's thinking about it. And my sister. My
It looks like one of the timing officials is making a beeline straight for me here. Although he may also be heading to the timing van. Here's James Bogdanowicz from Lewis and Clark State, attempting 4.4 meters for the second time. Goes up. Oh, nearly successful there. He has one more attempt at this height, and then he is done for the day. Oh, women's discus has begun to 27.7 meters from Tara Bickford, seat 1. Kay Reed from College of Idaho up next. Once we conclude the men's 110-meter hurdles, we will go back and start covering discus and the pole vault again. And then once women's long jump has gotten to full swing, we'll go over there too. Oh, looks like Marcus Delamarter is in the chat. He is one of the first people I met at Oregon Tech. Good friend of mine. He also got me into Oregon Tech broadcasting in the first place, which was both a blessing and a curse. Looks like the men's 110 are off here for heat 1 of 2. Looks like Oregon Tech is squeezing out just a minor lead here. Hitting nearly every hurdle in every lane. The race concludes. Let's see what the standings are here. Looks like the men's 110-meter hurdles, first place was taken by Colton Urquhart from Southern Oregon University, 16.66 seconds. Second place, our very own Bud Paskey from Oregon Tech, 16.71 with a PR. And third place, David McCormick from Corbin University, 16.98 seconds. Looks like men's pole vault, most recent, was Keith Sorensen from Southern Oregon University. Fails his second attempt, the 4.3-meter jump. And Kay Reed throws 30.95 in the women's discus. College of Idaho up next. Heat 2 is getting going. I believe there will be a minute or two of downtime between heats here. Looks like Janica Barker throws 31.9 meters. Leah Shuey from Bushnell up next. Here we see Keith Sorensen Keith Sorensen is going for his third attempt at 4.4. And he is successful on the pole vault. Moves on to the next height for with his last attempt. seems to be celebrating out there. Keith Sorensen, SOU. Or no, that was a Lewis and Clark athlete. It was not listed here for me. Keith Sorensen, attempt 3 up next. Or up now. Wait a second. This keeps changing. That I believe that was James Bogdanowicz from Lewis and Clark. I might just stop talking for a minute here until we get the actual results to settle down. It keeps changing on my screen here. Leah Shuey throws 35.3. It looks like each women's disc is breaking the previous record. The pole vault screen has settled on Bryce White from UBC, attempting his first attempt at 4.4 meters. I personally have no way of verifying the truth of that. He goes, plants, and makes it over easily. First attempt, Bryce White, UBC, 4.4 meters. Looks like in a moment here, the men's second heat for the 110-meter hurdles is getting started. They're all over the blocks now, so I believe they have taken their marks. They're now getting set. They're on their marks. They're set, and they're off. Men's 110 hurdles. Looks like EOU taking the lead here, followed by another EOU, Lewis and Clark. Although that other athlete there may have just edged out Lewis and Clark for third place. Let's take a look at the results here. TJ Davis from Eastern Oregon University sets first place with 14.85. Second place, also EOU, Israel Miles, 15.35. Third place, Ike Hopper, Lewis and Clark State, 15.56. Fourth, Mason Nichols, Eastern Oregon, 15.61. Fifth place, Ian Gardome, Lewis and Clark State, 16.43. Sixth, Tate Wyman, Oregon Tech Owl, 16.45. It looks like seventh is Evan Gunning, Eastern Oregon University, with a pending time. Evan Gunning, Eastern Oregon, comes in seventh place, 17.05 seconds. Coming back to pole vault, James Bogdanowicz, Lewis and Clark State, attempting 4.5 meters here. I mean, that is crazy, 14.5 meters. We'll see if we can go get an angle on the women's discus. Perhaps even the women's long jump once that gets started. It's like men's long jump has not yet concluded. Egidio Cantarella from UBC just jumped 6.45. DJ Wilson on deck. Emily Bittler from Oregon Tech takes the lead for women's discus with a 35.54 meter throw. Grace Osborne, Lewis and Clark State, up next to throw. James Bogdanowicz, Lewis and Clark State, unsuccessful on his first attempt at 4.5 meters for the pole vault. It looks like Grace Osborne has thrown. Awaiting Grace Osborne from Lewis and Clark State's result for women's discus. DJ Wilson, EOU, jumps 16.16 meters for men's long jump. Grace Osborne from Lewis and Clark State takes the lead with a 37.05 meter discus throw for the women's discus. Keith Sorensen getting set up for his first attempt for 4 meters for Southern Oregon in the men's pole vault. David Johnston from Bushnell jumps 6.34 meters in the finals for men's long jump. Keith Sorensen is down the 4.5 meters. He jumps up and successful. First try. Again, not official results here, but I don't see any reason for that to be a scratch. Tara Bickford for Oregon Tech up next for women's discus. And it looks like a UBC athlete is on deck for men's pole vault here. And I believe that is Bryce White from UBC for 4.5 meters. Tara Bickford seems to have thrown. We're awaiting a result on that now. If we go over to men's pole vault, we can watch Bryce White. Looks like he's about to start his run. If we can get a shot on men's pole vault. It looks like Bryce White from UBC was unsuccessful on 4.5 meters for his first attempt. He has 2 more. Men's long jump, Hunter Reininger from Bushnell jumps 5.35. Israel Miles, Eastern Oregon, up next. Tara Bickford throws 26.25 in the women's discus. Kay Reed from College of Idaho up next. Grace Osborne still in the lead from Lewis and Clark with a 37.05 meter discus throw. Carson LaBelle from Southern Oregon University up next for the 4.5 meter men's pole vault. And Kay Reed from College of Idaho appears to have just thrown for women's discus. All right, Carson LaBelle getting ready to bring the stick up. Begins his run here in a second. There he goes. Plants the pole. Comes up and over. Successful on his first attempt at 4.5 meters. Looks like Kay Reed from College of Idaho was unsuccessful on her first throw for women's discus, not keeping it in the lines. Janica Barker from College of Idaho up next. Still waiting on men's long jump for Israel Miles. Carson Fox, College of Idaho, up next for men's pole vault. Second attempt at 4.5 meters. It's clearly dialed in, getting ready to go. Locked in, if you will. Starting in about 5 minutes will be the women's 400-meter race. Carson Fox, College of Idaho, is off. Second attempt for 4.5 meters. He goes up and unsuccessful. He has one more try at this height before his day is concluded. Looks like Janica Barker, or Leah Shuey, and Janica Barker for women's discus were both outside of the lines. Ruby Kessinger for College of Idaho is up next for women's discus. Men's long jump, still waiting on Israel Miles from Eastern Oregon University. Carson Fox from College of Idaho up next for men's pole vault on his third attempt for 4.5 meters. This is the make it or break it moment for Carson Fox. All right. Looks like James Bogdanowicz is actually up for Lewis and Clark. Second attempt for 4.5 meters. He's running and he's off. He goes down, plants the pole, comes up, and unfortunately not over. He has one more attempt at this height before his day is over. Ruby Kessinger for College of Idaho has thrown and is getting ready for a measurement. 35.56 meters for the women's discus. Waiting to hear who is up next. Israel Miles for men's long jump comes out at 6.32 meters. Mason Nichols, Eastern Oregon University, up next. James Bogdanowicz was the previous jump for pole vault. Looks like now Bryce White is going for second attempt on behalf of the University of British Columbia. Vault. All right, looks like Tiffany Tone is getting ready to spin up and throw. She sends it straight down the barrel. We'll update you on results in a moment. Meanwhile, on the men's pole vault, it looks like Bryce White was unsuccessful on his second attempt. He has one more shot at 4.5 meters. Meanwhile, Mason Nichols from Eastern Oregon fouls on the men's long jump. Zach Kurtzinger from College of Idaho is up next. Still awaiting Tiffany Tone's results here. Up next. Emily Bittler for Oregon Tech in the women's discus. Tiffany Tone threw a 32.31 meter throw for College of Idaho. Em is getting ready, and simultaneously, Carson Fox at College of Idaho makes his third attempt for men's pole vault, where he is unsuccessful. Looks like that is the last jump for him, but M. Bittler is successful, keeps the discus in between the lines. I'll update you in a minute with the official result there. Zach Kurtzinger, College of Idaho, jumps 6.48 meters on the men's long jump. Romeo Metcalf from Multnomah is up next. Yep, that is officially 3 strikes for Carson Fox. He is out with the men's pole vault. All right, we'll take a moment here and see what M. Bittler's throw was. M. Bittler, Oregon Tech Owl, looks like is now in third place with a 31.34 meter throw, the women's discus. Romeo Metcalf jumps 6.5 meters in the men's long jump. Lyle Loeb, UBC, current leader at 6.87 meters, is up next for another attempt. James Bogdanowicz from Lewis and Clark State is here for his third attempt at the men's pole vault for 4.5 meters. Also looks like the women's 400 is about to start. One of 3 heats. All right, James Bogdanowicz, third and final attempt here. 4.5 meters. He's down. Plants the pole, goes up, does not make it. That is unfortunately it for him. The whistle is blown. The women's 400 meter race is about to begin. Heat 1 of 3. Keep our eyes on this for a minute. Meanwhile, Grace Osborne misses for Lewis and Clark. She is still in the lead, though, for the women's discus event with a 37.05 meter throw. Tara Bickford, also successful. Her latest discus throw. Lyle Lowe jumps 6.49. From and now the women's 400 is on their marks. They're set. And they have called off the start. Looks like James Bogdanowicz from Lewis and Clark State was unsuccessful in his third attempt. Meters. Looks like they're resetting for the women's 400. Ty Kishin from Bushnell had a foul on his latest long jump attempt. Eli Stevens, Oregon Tech, up next. Kay Reed, College of Idaho, has an unsuccessful throw for women's discus. Janica Barker, also College of Idaho, up next. Bryce White, UBC, up now for the men's pole vault, 4.5 meters here. He's running, plants it up and over, successful, 4.5 meters. So move on to the next height. It looks like the officials are starting the 400 meter now. They're going on their marks. The women's 400. Real quick, we'll take a look at someone jumping. Update in a minute here on the men's pole vault result that we just got. looked to be Eli Stevens from Oregon Tech. Women's 400 is off. Looks like lane 4 is pulling in the lead here. Looks like Oregon Tech is making a push here. Gaining on first place, starting in third. Oh, but first place is pulling away again. Eli Stevens for Oregon Tech up next for a 4.5 meter jump attempt. It looks like the Multnomah athlete is in first place. The Oregon Tech athlete, Multnomah, steadily pulling ahead, taking followed by the Oregon Tech Owl, and then third is the Corbin athlete. So that was Yesenia Lawson, Multnomah, with a 59 even first place. Lily Everson, Oregon second, with a season best 103. And then the third place, just swapping for my. Then Elizabeth Hernandez from Corbin with a 102.04 for Heat 1. Keith Sorensen, University. It's a successful first attempt at 4.6 meters. Heat 2 for the women's 400 is getting ready to go. Kaleo Wellman was the most recent jump for Bushnell. For men's long jump foul, Trenton Johnson, Lewis and Clark up next. Women's discus, Tiffany Bittler, Grace Osborne still. Bryce White for UBC coming up for his first attempt at 4.6 meters in the pole vault, while the women set up for the 400 meter 2. Yep, Bryce White, UBC, getting ready here, and he's off. Plants the pole and up and unsuccessful on his first attempt. Trenton Johnson jumps 6.61 for Lewis and Clark most recently. Still waiting a result for M. Bittler on women's discus. Heat 2 is on their marks. They're about to get ready here. See lane 2 here has springs for legs. Eli Stevens with his first attempt at the 4.6 meter pole vault. Oregon Tech athlete about to start, but we'll stay on the women's 400 here for a moment. And they're off. Two has begun. It looks like the 6. Looks like Eli Stevens was successful on his very first attempt at 4.6 meters for Oregon Tech in the men's pole vault. And Bittler's result was skipped, and Grace Osborne 35.74 most recently for the women's discus. As the women 400 meter last one pushed again. It's tight. Looks like Lewis and Clark was handling the lead, followed by Corbin, and then EOU, Oregon Tech, Bushnell, and Northwest. In a moment here, we'll have the actual standings. Carson LaBelle, first attempt, 4.6 meters, men's pole vault from Southern Oregon University. The women's long jump appears to have begun. Corona Parker from Evergreen has landed the first jump, 4.6 meters. Michaela Parrish, Bushnell up next. Let's see what the results for Heat 2 were. Looks like Annika Grogan, Lewis and Clark takes first. The season best, 57.73 seconds. Second place, Zoe Parker, College of Idaho, 59.15. Third place, Scotland Hill, Eastern Oregon, 1 minute, 0.18 seconds. Eastern Oregon. Fourth place, Eva Brady, Oregon Tech Owl, 1 minute, 0.52 seconds. Season best. Fifth place, Lizzie Banky from, oh man, they keep switching this on me. Lizzie Banky, Northwest, 101.59 seconds. Sixth place, Adrian Mai from Bushnell, 101.6 seconds. A hundredth of a second behind fifth place there. Come back to the live results. Keith Sorensen is unsuccessful on his second attempt at 4.6 meters for Southern Oregon University. Women's long jump, Michaela Parrish fouls from Bushnell. Bedard from Eastern Oregon up next for women. Women's discus, Grace Osborne.
Let's go, Cadence. Let's go, Peck.
0.74 is our
Let's go,
most
Joyce.
throw.
Come on, Lauren.
All right, Bryce White from UBC is up next. 6 meters for the men's pole vault. Looks like pulls up. He is about to start his run. He's down, plants the pole, goes up, and a little over there on the side. Looks like he may have bonked his head. Either way, unsuccessful attempt from Bryce White, UBC, 4.6 meters. Carly Bedard jumps into first place and jumps 4.95 meters for Eastern Oregon. Long jump. Sharp Bowman, College of Idaho, up next. Looks like there is a hiatus on the women's discus. Heat 3 of the women's 400 has begun. They're on their marks. They're set, and they're off. A strong start and seemingly no change between the athletes except between first and second there. That looks to be Karina DeYoung and Katie Brown on the outside lanes. It looks like Lauren Mitchell from Eastern Oregon is passing, accelerating, along with Emily Collins in those middle two spots as they catch up to Karina DeYoung and close the gap there. Shortly behind them is Taylor Joyce from EOU in lane 4, followed by lane 3, Cadence Beck. Lane 1, Mia Cameron, Sydney Peck, lane 2, and Katie Brown in lane 7. As they turn down the final stretch here, it looks like Emily Collins and Taylor Joyce. Support for Taylor here in the audience as she pulls ahead of Emily Collins, taking first place for Heat 3 for the women's 400-meter run. Yep. So Taylor first in championships, Eastern Oregon at 57 or 56.71 seconds. Second place from Lewis North, 57.23 seconds. Both of them set a PR. Third place, Cadence Beck, Eastern Oregon, runs 58.71 seconds. Fourth place, also with a PR, City Peck from Eastern Oregon, 58.73. Fifth place, Lauren Mitchell from Eastern Oregon, 59.03 seconds. Sixth place, Mia Kim, British Columbia, 59. PR. Karina DeYoung, Eastern Oregon University, with a PR of 59.55 seconds. And in eighth place, Katie Brown, Eastern Oregon University, 1 minute and 2 seconds even. Looks like Bryce White on pole vault from UBC has had an unsuccessful attempt. Now we go back to women's discus, where the stats have not been updated. Looking to women's long jump, first place is Carly Bedard at the current Eastern Oregon University, jumping 4.95 meters. Most recent result was Kirsten Kunze from Corbin, jumping 4.81. Sarah Pimblett from UBC is up next.
That section of the men's 400 meters.
Keith Sorensen from SOU making his third and final attempt at 4.6. It is unsuccessful. Now take a brief pause for commentary while we resolve some technical difficulties.
Joyce Collins and Rogan. Joyce Collins and Rogan. Please make your way to the awards table. Joyce Collins Rogan. Please the women's 400. Joyce Collins Rogan. Joyce against Morgan. Collins of LC. Rogan of LC. Joyce Collins Rogan. The women's 100. Joyce Collins Rogan. The women's 400 meters. Second heat of the men's 400 team. Lane 1, Dylan Heath, Southern Oregon. Number 4, DJ Carrasco, Oregon. Harry Gordon, Hillside State. Harry McDonough, James Conley, Princeton. David Peterson, Tennessee. Zach Pearson, Carolina. First call for the men's 10,000 meters. The first call for the men's 10K.
give him a Gatorade, give him a hug. She went in. She went in.
Here on heat 2 of the men's 400, running that final turn into the final stretch. It's like finishing first, we have Donald Armstead Jr. from Corbin. In second place, Hunter Gilbert, College of Idaho. In third, Ali Jaloa from Multnomah. Fourth, Logan Peterson, British Columbia. Dylan Heath comes in fifth from SOU. And in just a moment, we should expect to see Carson LaBelle on pole vault. Up currently for women's long jump, we have Michaela Parrish. Just took a dive into the sand. And also up on deck for women's discus, Osborne. Men's 400 final heat is about to kick off here. In the meantime, looks like Michaela Parrish in women's long jump just got 5.03 meters. And in discus, Grace Osborne threw a 35.74. All right, here we go for the men's 400. Heat 3 of 3. Any moment now. 400 is on their marks. Set. We also have Carson. It's a pole vault attempt. Second attempt for 4.9. And he scratches. For women's long jump, we have Charlotte Bowman. Measured at 5.16. Women's discus, we have Taylor. .400 is in the final stretch. All right, in first place for the 400, we have Roderick Soto. And in second, from Multnomah. In second place, we have London Kirk from Lewis and Clark State. In third, James Kerr, British Columbia. Coming in fourth, we have Osman from Eastern Oregon.
Go, Osman! Okay, Sid. Okay. Go.
On deck for women's long jump, we have Kristen Quincy. And the last mark came from Charlotte Bowman. That was at 4.49 meters. It looks like we actually just got a result for Kristen Kinsey, and that 4.49 meters. Next on deck, we have Sarah Pimblett from British Columbia. For women's discus, we're still waiting on those results from Taylor McPhee. About to make his third attempt for 4.9 meters, Carson LaBelle vault. He's got the pull down, up, and crash. Looks like that's going to be it for Carson LaBelle. Over in women's long jump, Sarah Pimblett scored 5.05 meters from British Columbia. And then up on deck, we have Sienna Bauer of SOU. All right, with the conclusion of the 400 series, looks like we have women's 10K coming up next. They're down here on the starting line. They'll be getting set pretty soon here. Women's long jump, we just had Sienna Bauer of SOU score a 4.98 meters. Up next we have Sarah Vanderwyck. The women's 10K just came off the starting blocks, so they're starting just around the first corner right now. We'll keep an eye on them as we check in with our other events. Update on women's discus. It looks like Sienna Gregory of Oregon Tech just threw and unfortunately had a foul there. And up on deck next we have Star Heron from the College of Idaho. Up next for men's pole vault. On that update. All right, over in women's long jump, Sarah Vanderwyck, just completed of the College of Idaho, completed her most recent jump at 4.72 meters. And up next on deck, we have Jada Kisner from College of Idaho. In women's discus, Star Heron just set a record for today's event at 38.07 meters. And up next, we have Jay Sackrider. It looks like we're actually going to have Kenna Woodward up next for women's discus of Eastern Oregon University. All right, so we're a little over 2 minutes into the women's 10K. Looks like the leaders are Elise Tinglesod, College of Idaho. In women's long jump, we just had Brittany Coleman from Multnomah score a 4.91 meter jump. And up on deck right now, we have Corona Parker from there. Men's discus, the current leader is Kenna Woodward. That was the last mark. And on deck next, we have Haley Appleford. Kenna is from Eastern Oregon University, and Haley Appleford is coming to us from Lewis and Clark State. Back over in the women's 10K, we are 4 minutes and 20 seconds into that. Still in the lead is Elise Tinglesod from College of Idaho, and there are 23 laps to go, 22 actually. On deck over on women discus, we have, let's see, it's Ilya Greeley, Southern University. Corona Parker over in women's long jump just scored 4.86 meters. Everyone's still chasing Carly Beddard's record of 5.16 from Eastern Oregon. But up next on deck, we have Michaela Parrish from Bushnell. Michaela Parrish from Bushnell over in women's long jump just scored 4.83 meters. Her last jump. Up next on deck, we have Carly Beddard from Eastern University. Over in discus, set new record today of 40.11 meters. She's from SOU. Let's see if Taylor Durfee, who's next on deck from College of Idaho, can beat that. Over in women's long jump, Carly Beddard aiming to beat her own record. Fortunately, has not done so, but scored a 4.97 meters, which is definitely nothing to sneeze at. Up next on deck, we have Charlotte Bowman from the College of Idaho. And over in discus, Taylor Durfee scored 34.96 meters. And up next is Trinity Hill from Eastern Oregon.
With the top three finishers in the men's pole vault, please make their way to the awards podium. The top three finishers in the men's pole vault, Alex Steven Sorensen in Southern Oregon, Oregon Tech, and Southern Oregon. Please make their way to the awards podium.
Update on women's long jump. Charlotte Bowman just reached 4.8 meters on her last jump. Up next is Kristen Kunze from Corbin University. Over in women's discus, Trinity Hill from Eastern Oregon through 31.87 meters. And we have Sienna Gregory from our very own Oregon Tech up next on deck.
And we're waiting on person of Donna Southern.
My apologies again. Cheers. See, just recently scored a 4.74 meter jump over in women's long jump. Up next on deck is Sarah Pimble from British Columbia. 27.45 meters. Divide. Next on deck. just passing our 10-minute mark. Or 18 laps left to go.
At this time, let's recognize the offensive number 2 in third place, with a clearance of 14 feet 9 inches, for the Northern Sorensen.
Over in women's discus, Star Herons threw 36.60 meters. In women's long jump, we had Sarah Pimblett score 4.94 meters. Up next on deck for women's discus, we have Jalen Sackrider from Evergreen. And over in women's long jump, Sienna Bauer is on deck from SOU. Little update on pole vault, if you didn't catch it. In first place, we just had Carson LaBelle come out on top. I'll get you the rest of the results in just one moment here. So the results to that are Carson LaBelle from SOU with a height of 4.70 meters. He came in first place. In second place, Oregon Tech, Eli Stevens. Seven, 5 meters. For in women's long jump, we just had Sienna Bauer score of 4.83 meters with Sarah Vanderwyk next time. Kurt over there is still 5.16 meters set by Carly Bever over at Eastern Oregon University. Over in Word most recently through 39.34 meters, just shy of Elia Greeley's record of 40.11 meters. Up next on deck, we have Haley Appleford from Lewis and Clark State. We have results for Sarah Vanderwyk, who just scored 4.67 meters on her last jump. And up next is Jada Kisner from the College of Idaho. For in women's discus, we just had Haley Appleford from Lewis and Clark State throw 37.54 meters. And up next, we have Gabrielle Tata Rodriguez, who her results just came in as well, through 38.40 meters. And next on deck, we have Elia Greeley from Southern Oregon University. In women's long jump, Jada Kisner from the College of Idaho just jumped 4.54 meters. Next on deck for women's long jump is Brittany Coleman from Multnomah. Checking in on our women's 10K with 15 laps to go. The pack is still led by Elise Tingleside from the College of Idaho. They still have a ways to go. Next on deck for women's discus, we have Taylor Durfee, College of Idaho. Over in women's long jump, Brittany Coleman of Multnomah just scored 4.95 meters. The record is still Carly Bedard's record of 5.16. Then in women's discus, Taylor Durfee just threw 36.59 meters. I'm still chasing the record of 40.11 meters. Next on deck, we have Trinity Hill. Over in discus, we just had Trinity Hill throw 34.24 meters. And next on deck, we have our own Sienna Gregory of Oregon Tech.
Right now, we are just down to the remainder of the women's 10K and the remainder of the men's 10K. If you would like me to read out any of the standings for any of the other events today, or if you have any questions about Oregon Tech broadcast or this track event, please let me know in the YouTube live chat. I'm monitoring it now. It looks like we have about 12 laps to go in the women's 10K. Another exhilarating 12 laps of a nice, moderate pace with a bunch of people running in loops. But in the meantime, we're nearly coming to a close. If you stick it out to the end, then you are better than people who leave early. And that's a fact. It looks like right now in the lead in Heat 1, or the only heat for the women's 10K, is Stinglestad from College of Idaho. Last split was 16 minutes, 50.44 seconds at around 4,400 meters. Ollie O'Connor, College of Idaho, 15:56.07 at third at fourth Leon, 16.5. Fifth place Apple Oosterhout, a 16:58.30, and then the sixth place from College of Idaho is 5 meter mark as of the last splits. It looks like the latest women's discus throw was from Kenna Woodward, Eastern Oregon University, 39 feet even. Haley Appleford, Lewis of Clark State's up next. Ilya Green from Southern Oregon, 40.11 meters, 39 meters. Haley Appleford is from Lewis Clark, though that will not be reported. Gabrielle Tata Rodriguez up next in women's discus. Again, checking the live chat. Nothing. Moving back to the results. The current standings for the meet are: first place is Eastern Oregon University with 91 points overall. Second place, the University of points overall. Clark State, 48 points. Fourth place, home of the hosts and hosts of this meet. Fifth place, Southern Oregon University, 42 points. Sixth, College of Idaho. They did really well, 400-meter races. They did. Eighth place is Corbin University, 14 points. And ninth place, Bushnell with 12 points. It looks like the women's long jump is mostly over. I'm not seeing any updates here. Ilya Greeley still throwing in discus. Let's see if anything's changed in the 16 or the 10K. Ooh, the answer is a very surprising no. Nothing has changed in the last minute or so.
There are 10 laps to go in that 10K. Just a brutal endurance event.
Honestly, don't understand how anyone can pace like they are. It's just so brutal.
I certainly couldn't. That's why I'm doing medium. Terry.
Yes, and that's why I'm with you out here.
Oh, let's see if since you've picked it back up, the viewers have gone up. Does not look that way, but
I believe that may be because the 10Ks are such exhilarating races that many viewers can't handle the pressure.
You know,
they decide to sign off.
that may be true. You know, it is impressive, but it's the same amount of impressive as the much shorter events spread over a longer amount of time. So oh, hey, look at that. The viewers jumped right back up.
Man, oh boy. It does look like there was a guy doing sideways jumping jacks, and he was creating space between him and the last 10K runner that was running behind him. Either that guy is crazy at sideways jumping jacks, or these women are keeping a wise pace so that they have more fuel towards the end of the race in 10 more laps. Ilya Greeley has thrown for Southern Oregon University a 38.99 meter throw. She is still in first place with 8.11 meter throw from earlier.
You know, I couldn't pronounce her name properly every time, so I tried about 3 different pronunciations. Hopefully one of those is correct.
I'm confident that the way that I'm saying it is wrong, but I think if I say it with enough confidence on the stream with my little commentator voice that I have, that no one will question me.
If anyone knows the phonetic pronunciation.
Yes, use the phonetic alphabet that they use to write dictionaries in the YouTube chat. I bet those characters are totally supported in that interface. It's like
9 laps to go in the 10K. I do believe...
Is women's long jump starting their final flight?
Oh, it looks like they may be.
Or a second flight.
Or perhaps these look like warm-ups here. I don't see any officials calling good no good.
Yeah, I do believe you're correct about that being a warm-up, Skylar. It's Skylar Allen. Thank you. Yes. I believe they're warming up for flight 2. I'm not sure how many total flights are, but at the conclusion of the last flight, the top jumpers from all of them go and have one final flight, which will be the finals that give results for placement in the national competition. The riveting shakeup, Elise Tingelstad still in first place.
Who
At
could
the
have seen this coming?
6,400 meter split, she was at 24 minutes, 33.45 seconds. No one else has yet crossed 6,400 meters. Second place, Molly O'Connor, College of Idaho. Then Abigail Gordon, Lewis and Clark. Kalia Hines, Eastern Oregon. Abigail Oosterhout, Corbin. And then in sixth place, Emma Campbell, College of Idaho. Skylar, if there was any time you were going to go do a surprise pole vault, it would be now.
Well-
Because those poles are still not packed up, and there's no one there to stop you.
You know, there are only a couple out there still. I just saw a bunch of the guys taking them back, but I did used to play soccer with the champion for pole vault today, Carson LaBelle. If he remembers me well enough, maybe he'll loan me a pole and teach me a few things before I break my legs.
Well, hopefully, as soon as he was done competing, he picked up his phone and tuned into this live stream brought to you by Oregon Tech Broadcasting, and he's hearing you now.
Even though he's live spectating, that's what he should be doing.
Yes.
There he is right over there. I don't see a phone in his hand.
Some say we should board up the entire stands and just put a bunch of big projectors and show the OTB stream. And others say that I make that up. Who's to say what the truth is, really? I'm the one with the microphone.
And that guy is always right. All right. Special guest
The
Aiden
man
is.
with a microphone is always objectively correct.
That's true. That's true.
That's legally binding. So anything I say becomes truth, whether it is or not. Right now, there's a bunch of guys who are just running across the track in front of runners who are competing. Were I a wealthier man, I would have paid a bunch of people to regulate all of the entrances and exits because it's been a consistent problem throughout this whole meet. In fact, we probably have hours of footage of people walking right in front of the timing system that is actively tracking the laps for these athletes. I wonder if it is like turning the clock back and adding more laps for them to do.
I wonder if there's stoppage time in these track and field events.
Doing 40 laps for a 23 lap race. Actually, Christian, we're at 49.
You know, I don't find it very cool that when it's just me on the microphone, the viewers go down.
All right, it looks like some officials are starting to walk up to the women's long jump, but it does not look like they're yet starting that flight. Women's discus, the lap throw is 38 meters. She's still in the lead. 3.11 meter throw from Southern Oregon. Ruby Kessinger from College of Idaho up next for women's discus.
All right, we're gonna see some more discus. Looks like long jump is still on hold for a bit.
Looks like they're still warming up on the long jump. Great observations, Tyler.
I'm not
Here we
gonna take
see
this
the
disrespect anymore. I need
10K.
you to stop.
The pass coming around again. It looks like they're nearly done with their, what is that, 20 or 18th lap? There's 7 to go. I don't know how to do math. I'm actually a math major here at Oregon Tech, but I do all of my math with symbols, and I haven't used letters or numbers in years.
Don't you just love that new math?
Yes.
Man, we are out of stuff to talk about, aren't we?
Yes, new math. How dare they teach those youngins whatever is different.
Listen, I was okay with them adding letters, but Greek letters? Come on. Over in long jump, looks like we have a bit of an update. Brittany Coleman jumped for 4.95 meters. She is from Multnomah. And up next on deck, we have Abby Stevens from Southern Oregon University. Over in discus, looks like we had Leah Shui throw for 34.24 meters. And up next on deck, we have Taylor Durfee from the College of Idaho.
You know, some College of Idaho, the Oregon Tech of Idaho.
I can't tell if that's a good thing or not.
It is. It is such a good thing. I have no idea any other information about the College of Idaho.
I suppose we are in a place that both grow a lot of potatoes.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's a fact.
That's true.
It's
Shout
a
out
microphone,
Idaho.
So it is true.
Shout out Idaho for
Yeah.
that.
They also call Bushnell the Oregon Tech of Eugene. And Southern
think we
Oregon
do.
University, the Oregon Tech of Ashland, Oregon.
Oh, well, that
home
one's
of the
true.
Oregon Shakespeare Festival.
That's definitely true, yeah.
And then they call Lewis and Clark State the SOU of Idaho. The Eastern Oregon stands on its own feet.
Couple updates real quick for you. Women's long jump, Abby Stevens just set a record by quite a lot of 5.58 meters coming from Southern Oregon. She crushed the previous record, I believe was 5.11 meters. Next on deck, we have Lizzie Randall. See if they can beat that. Over in Discus, Taylor Durfee just threw 35.80 meters. And next on deck, we have Grace Osborne from Lewis and Clark State.
It looks like there are just 5 more blistering laps of the women's 10K, and then we can get into the 23 and a half laps.
Is it 23 and a half? Is that
I'm not
that's
sure.
the
I
map
heard
you
it
figured
was-
out?
I genuinely have no idea. I think it's one of those.
All right.
Okay.
Huh.
Did they start on this side or the other side of the track?
They started here.
It started right
Yeah,
here.
it must be 23 or 24 even then.
Yeah, the little lap counter they've got across from us here doesn't have a half on it. So,
Okay. It does have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 or so to change number.
there's a bell too. Yeah, don't keep in mind that they may need to ring the bell at any
Right.
moment.
How many hands they get on that bell?
I imagine it'll look like a game of spoons.
It likely will. You're wise for that state, Tyler Allen.
Thank you for
32?
that compliment, Graham Wiltrout, who lives at 206.
Oh my god. All right, we're coming up on 33 minutes. Women's 10K. It looks like there are just around 4 more laps to go here. Looks like Addison Trent from College of Idaho fouled out on the women's long jump. It looks like Maya Poppins from Bushnell is up next for women's long jump. Discus, Star Heron throws a 39.18 from College of Idaho. Haley Appleford from Lewis and Clark State up next for women's discus. Now 4 laps to go. Heat 1 leader, still Elise Tinkelstad from College of Idaho. Looks like she is still handily 400 meters ahead of second place. Also from College of Idaho, Molly Connor.
Over in discus, Haley Appleford's most recent throw landed her at 37.90 meters. And up next, we have Gabrielle Tata Rodriguez from Corbin.
Gabrielle Tata Rodriguez has been somewhat of a celebrity this meet because before we figured out how the timing system works, her name was sitting on there to queue up for the events that were coming up, so we read it out a lot.
Yeah, all of those warm-up throws were her, and she was doing fantastic. I mean,
We thought
they
she
were
was
wearing
6
different shirts, and they
people,
looked
yeah.
completely different.
Looks like Rebecca DeChalk from UBC just fouled out the women's long jump. Lillian Guzman from Multnomah up next. Gabrielle Tata Rodriguez from Corbin throws 39.04. Just about a meter shy of the current lead.
That record has stood for a very long time. 40.11 meters is just proven to be very tough to beat.
We'll see if Kenna Woodward from Eastern Oregon can beat that with her next throw. Now 3 laps to go. For the leader, I believe that's 4 laps for our...
Caboose. Man, if you thought that these women have ran 23 and a half or so laps, just wait, because the men are going to do that, but
Also.
the same.
Yes.
Maybe faster, maybe slower. We haven't seen
Definitely
it yet.
different, because it would be nearly impossible for them to run exactly the same race.
That's very true, but we won't know until we watch it, which is why you should not leave the live stream.
In fact, you should tell all of your friends to tune in so that our engagement doesn't go down for the tail end of this.
Athletics would be very impressed if the number went up.
Maybe, just maybe, we could hire staff to actually execute this stream.
That'll be the day.
That will be the day, and hopefully it'll be a day soon, because I trust all 43 viewers are calling all their friends and informing them they need to tune in to the last 20 Collegiate Conference Outdoor Track and Field Championships hosted by Oregon Tech here at the John F. Mull Field.
I don't know if I'd count on 30 minutes. It's going to be a little while longer. The women's 10K is hitting 36-minute mark right about now. We have men's following that, and then I believe we have one more track event just after that.
Maybe all of our trusted viewers will inform their friends and family to put on a computer or TV and leave this house, even if they mute it.
And I wouldn't be surprised if at least half of you guys have us muted. If you don't, cool, thanks.
And viewership is going down. That
Oh,
must be all of those people hopping off so that they can inform their friends and family to come
Must
back.
be.
Yep.
See, what time is it? Oh, 8:18. Yeah, that's when the
All
internet resets, so they're just rejoining. Yeah.
Ilya Greeley, 39.04 with her last throw. Ruby Kester, College of Idaho, up next for women's discus. Now, for the event where they throw themselves, the women's long jump, Carissa Linders fouled out for losing Florida State. Amelia Cha from UBC up next. Abby Stevens still in the lead with a 5.58 meter jump for SOU.
And hang on, they just rang the bell for last lap, I believe.
Looks like Elise Tingelstad by only. This could be a close finish between Elise Tingelstad and Molly O'Connor, two teammates from College of Idaho.
You know, I'm not confident those operators of the lap counter over there know what they're doing. They just moved it up from 2 to 3 after ringing the last lap bell. So,
Well, since there are lapping to this race, I would presume that they are changing it for whoever the runner that can see it is, so that it's accurate for each runner that goes by.
usually I assume I'm the one that knows what I'm talking about, but in this case, I might be stupid.
Since we have microphones, we are definitely right.
That's
so
true.
We'll have to go inform all of those volunteers who are taking time out of their day and their lives to help us that they are being ignorant and dumb.
I'm sure that's the case, and it's not me
And
not knowing what I'm talking about.
I'm sure they would appreciate being told that they're wrong after working here out of the kindness of their hearts.
We could bring a microphone over to them, and we could ask them how it feels to be wrong.
The only thing people love more than being told that they're wrong is having a mic shoved in their face and being told that they're wrong and asked to come.
That's true. Hey,
Absolutely.
let's take a peek at those long jump and perhaps discus statistics.
Cha jumps 5.17 meters, thrusting her place for UBC. Next for women's long jump. Women's discus, Leah Schnell throws 33.67. Taylor Durfree.
We just heard.
For Multnomah up next.
And we just heard that Molly, last name that I know,
Tingelstad.
Molly Connor is on her last lap. At least Tingelstad should be crossing that finish line. And in fact, she looks like she has finished.
Elise Tingelstad just won the women's, allegedly, these are unofficial results as of this time. She's a senior for the college. 38. We'll update you on whether or not.
To the viewers who have left us unmuted, that's very nice of you, but you do always have the option to turn off the audio. Our lovely,
4 more tabs of the stream.
yes, our lovely stream operator Christian does not have the option to turn off the audio. It is his job to listen to us, and so thank you for doing that.
I would not be surprised if he muted us on his own accord.
After all this incoherent rambling, I gotta agree with you.
Incoherent.
Looks like Molly O'Connor.
Okay, mild
Princess Brown
Are you
jumped
happy now?
5.53 meters, putting her in second place for Multnomah, the women's Star Hair Miss College of Idaho women's discus throw. Ilya Greeley with 40.11 meters for SOU, still in first place for women's discus. Haley Appleford from Lewis and Clark up. It looks like Molly Connor has just finished
Second place.
second place.
Unofficially, of course.
Unofficially, yeah.
Ah. 25. Oh, closer to 24. We've heard at this point 4 different numbers for how many laps they could have ran. Oh. The sun is setting right now. The stadium lights are on. The mosquitoes are biting. We're at the 41-minute mark in the women's 10K. I am so excited to see the guys do this again.
It looks like Molly Connor finished in second place with a time of 40.69 seconds. Abigail Gordon, third place, is now on her last lap.
Let's take a look at those jumping and throwing events.
Fine. Abby Stevens from SOU, still in first place, throws 5.43 meters. Her best was 5.58 meters. Lizzie
She
Grandel,
throws herself.
EOU, up next.
That was long jump.
Yes, she throws herself for long jump. Throwing the discus was Gabriel Tata Rodriguez from Corbin University, throwing 37.07 meters. And Woodward, EOU, up next.
Right.
Addison Trent, College of Idaho, getting ready to jump. Some say that jumping is the running of the...
Those people, yeah, they could be right.
I have a microphone, so it must be right.
Okay. I think we've established that.
Addison Trent, Kenna Woodward. I cannot wait to see their results.
I'd just like to see the discus record be broken. It's been standing for so long. Nothing against, our current reigning champ,
I
but
believe the first 5 throws all beat the previous throws, but that 5th one is the standing record.
yeah, it was set very, very early.
I believe that was 2 full flights ago.
Oh my gosh.
Kenna Woodward throws 37.6 meters. Ilya Greeley, standing record holder from SOU, up next. It looks like Abigail Gordon from Lewis and Clark State just finished in 3rd place.
She does not seem to be having a great time over there, but I don't think I would either after an endurance run that long.
I really believe it is a crime against your body to run that.
I couldn't agree more. That's why I'm sitting here in a chair with a cushion on it.
Yes. I actually complained earlier about not having enough cushion on my chair.
That's true, because he's kind of a whiny.
Abigail Gordon from
little-
Lewis and Clark State, senior, finishes 3rd place at 42 minutes, 48.39 seconds. Abigail Oosterhout from Corbin finishes 4th place, 43 minutes, 11.77 seconds. Man, that is why. What are the odds that the 2 Abigails, spelled the same way except for their last name, finish right next to each other?
No, I think their last names are even pronounced differently.
Yeah, yes, they are.
What a coincidence.
Sure is. I've never heard of people having the same first names before.
Really?
I know very few people, but
No, that's yeah, me and Skylar in the chat don't have the same first names.
I thought that was you.
we live together and you don't know my last name?
Sometimes I forget your. I am Hoppus for women's long jump for Bushnell University. Jumps 5.46 meters. Rebecca DeChalk from we go to the women's discus. Ilya Greeley has thrown 39.52 meters for SOU. About a meter short, or half a meter short, of her previous record of 40.11 meters, which currently. Ruby Kessinger, College of Idaho, up next for women's discus. Rebecca DeChalk leaps into first place in the long jump, 5.9 meters for UBC. Lillian Guzman from Oklahoma up next.
All right. Does that
Looks like-
conclude our women's 10K?
One more runner. The women's 10.
And here they come right
Here she
now.
comes. Previously, Kalia Hines finished 5th place as a freshman for 22.46 seconds. And here we have Emma Campbell crossing the finish line in 6th place for the College of Idaho. Let's see what her time was.
Congratulations to those runners for surviving. Over in Discus, we should be getting new results very soon.
Lillian Guzman fouls in the women's long jump for Multnomah. Jenna Carpenter, Lewis and Clark State up. Looks like Ruby Kessinger, College of Idaho, through 37.48 for women's discus. Leah Shu from
Right here at the finish line, we have a whole lot of guys ready to start that 10K.
some would even call it the starting line at this part of the race.
Well, you know, it's a dual purpose thing.
It really is. That just goes to show the practicality and the mindfulness that the Oregon Tech University pays for its track.
Tech is in our name because the start and finish line are the same point. Saves on paint.
Yeah, Tech is in our name because the start and finish line are the same. Oh man. Leah Shuey from Bushnell throws 31.99 meters for women's discus. Taylor Durfree, College of Idaho, up next. The men's 10K is about to start, and that will be another, 25 laps of exhilarating content. It looks like we have one Oregon Tech owl racing today. That is Jonas Hartline. Fun fact about Jonas Hartline is he is my electrical engineering TA, Ethan Hartline's brother.
Wow, that was very fun.
That is an actual fact. I've talked to him about his brother running. It's not just a coincidence that they have the same name. Right. We're silent on the line.
Skylar
That is
Cam.
actually a curve here.
We don't need that sort of thing.
I'm Graham. That's Skylar.
Hi.
If anything bad happens.
Oh, hey, yo, cut to that. It's more. And they're off.
And they are off.
They wasted no time getting started there.
I believe, just like us, they are interested in concluding this event. 24 laps to go. Another 45 minutes at least.
Hey, I'm
running.
getting paid for this at some point.
Yes, we all are.
Maybe. All right, what's going on with the long jump?
The long jump, Jenna Carpenter jumped 5.65 meters for Lewis and Clark. Carissa Linder from Lewis and Clark is up next. What's going on with women's discus?
Oh, it looks like Taylor Durfee just threw for 35.56 meters. And up next, we have Grace Osborne from Lewis and Clark State.
It looks like Grace Osborne from Lewis and Clark just threw 34.38 meters, actually.
Oh, my
So
goodness.
Star Heron from College of Idaho is up next.
That's true. That's true. It says it right there.
It's in third place. Star Heron has had very strong throws in every event she's thrown in today, but she seems to have a habit of stepping out the front of the ring, which has disqualified a lot of her really good throws.
Me personally, I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, every time I'm about to make a mistake, I just simply don't do that. Women's long jump, Carissa Linder from Lewis and Clark just jumped 5.09 meters. Amelia Cha from UBC up next. Coming up at the end of the first lap is the men's 10K with a tight pack beginning to end.
It'll be interesting to see how long that lasts.
Looks like that was about a minute 22 for a lap for everybody.
And about halfway through the women's 10K, that pack was all but non-existent. So we'll see just how long it will last.
Star Heron has a miss in the women's discus. Haley Appleford from Lewis and Clark up next. Women's long jump, Chris Linder, 5:09. Amelia Chaw still up next. Let's see what the splits were for the first lap. It looks like it was a 122, varying by no more than half a second from the front to the back of the pack. Amelia Cha jumps 5 meters even for UBC in the women's long jump. Adrian Washington from EOU up next. Here they come. Still running.
Good strong
the
pack
track.
so far.
I believe they're going to do another 23 laps.
I think if I was in their position, that's the strategy I would also adopt. 22 laps
If
left.
I were to attempt this, I would probably get it done in about half the laps. Looks like Adrian Washington just fouled out for the women's long jump for EOU. Princess Brown Multnomah up next. Rebecca DeChalk for UBC, still in first place with a 5.9 meter best jump. Women's discus, Haley Alford through 35.58 meters for Lewis and Clark, placing her in 5th overall. Ilya Greeley's record still stands for SOU at 40.11 meters. Gabrielle Tata Rodriguez, local celebrity for Corbin, up again for discus. It looks like the pack is thinning out a little bit. At this rate, there might even be gaps by lap 10.
A little bit less of a pack, and it's starting to look closer like a line, but it's still 2x2, or it started closer to 3x3.
Looks like Princess Brown from Multnomah just jumped 5.51 meters. It also shows me that she's also up next, and I don't know how that could be possible.
Just wait a second, it'll update. Let's talk about local celebrity.
Gabrielle Tata Rodriguez throws 37.17 meters in the discus. Kenna Woodward, Eastern Oregon, up next for women. Abby Stevens, SOU, jumping next for women's long. It looks like the current standings for the men's 10K, Nazar Swiley from College of Idaho is in first, followed by Will Kirkhoff from College of Idaho, followed by our very own Oregon Tech Owl, Jonas Hartline, in 3rd place for Oregon Tech.
Wasn't the College of Idaho doing super well in the women's 10K as well?
Who's to say, really? We could look it up if you want. Oh, women's discus record broken by Kenna Woodward, EOU, 40.78 meters. Ilya Greeley up right after her for SOU to try and get that first place position back. Ilya Greeley now thrown into 2nd place. Abby Stevens jumps 5.62. Lizzie Grandel, EOU, up next for women's long.
Auto speed going.
With just 22 laps to go. The pack getting to break up. We now have gaps. Lewis and Clark and the purple team are up the here. Everyone else is still together in the front.
Gotta love purple team.
The Yotes, it looks like. College of Idaho.
The Yotes.
Says it right next to it.
What a mascot. You know, I
Yes.
really like their logo as well. That's pretty fantastic.
Ilya Greeley comes 5 meters short of her previous throw, 35.32 meters for SOU. Ilya Greeley on deck again. I think the software may have not been designed to run this long. Kenna Woodward still in first place, 40.78 meters women's discus. Lizzie Grandel jumps 4.91 meters women's long. Addison Trent, College of Idaho, up next.
Just about 6 minutes into our men's 10K, and it looks like we have 2 blank laps left. I wanted to look over on their indicator, but there's just nothing there.
I do believe it is approximately 21 laps.
By about 1.
Well, usually our lap counter is off by around. It's always accurate to at least the closest 5 laps.
That is
I
true.
would say.
That is true.
Lindsey Graham, 4.91 meters. Addison Trent from College of Idaho up next. Women's discus does not seem to be very active. I wonder if that was the throws.
I don't see those officials out there anymore.
If I was Ilya Greeley, I would be upset losing that first place position on the very last throw from Kenna Woodward. Looks like Addison Trent jumped 4.93 meters, College of Idaho. Maya Papas from Bushnell up next. Nazar Swaley from College of Idaho still in first place in the men's 10K with just 20 laps to go now.
I might join them for a lap just to warm up. It's starting to get a little cold.
There are people over on the other side of the field who are clapping. I don't know if they're aware that we're not even halfway through this race.
Maybe they're clapping for long jump.
That could not possibly be true.
It's moral support.
It actually does make way more sense.
Well, you can see that woman out there on the 3rd turn also standing there and clapping. So maybe it's just a thing that our attendees like to do.
I wonder if they could sustain applause for the remainder of the entire event.
I would doubt they can do that without injury.
From Bushnell jumps 5.38 meters. Rebecca DeChalk from UBC, first place, competing again for women's long.
Over in the 10K, it looks like almost everyone is still in a large pack. We've just got a few outliers here.
Yep, few
I-
small stragglers.
I do
Still
look-
pretty good.
I do look forward to seeing.
That
How
really
much
speaks to
longer
the
this takes.
advantage of drafting in a foot competition like this.
You
a
know,
foot race.
it doesn't seem like it would be nearly as effective as it is.
The top three finishers of the women's discus. Please make your way to the podium. Top three finishers in the women's discus.
Do you guys think that these guys could rollerblade this race faster or run this race faster?
I don't. That's a good point.
I believe.
Could we take a moment to ask Christian if this sound is gross?
Let's take a moment to ask our viewers if they can hear us at all, or if Christian has muted us. I would think it would be really funny if at some point Christian just muted our audio and then our viewership went up.
Very.
We're not here to self-deprecate. We're here to watch dudes run in a circle. Now
It's
look at them
not
go.
a circle.
It's a slight.
It's more or less a circle.
It's more like an oblute because it's not continuous. It has like the straight sections, right?
Well, I don't know if it is an ellipse either.
It's like two semicircles joined by two line segments.
Man, we sure are
Liz-
describing
or
a
Lillian
track.
Guzman from Multnomah jumps 5.01 women's long. Jenna Carpenter, Lewis and Clark State up next. And it looks like women's discus is wound down for the night. Looks like Kenna Woodward from EOU took first with 40.78 meters. but that is an
Unofficially.
unofficial result until it is certified by the race officials. Do you still call them race officials if it's a throwing event?
You know, it's
generally yes.
no. I would say Aiden's completely wrong here because I feel
I
like it.
also completely disagree with Aiden, so you and I must be right. We're the majority.
That's true. Two guys with microphones are more correct than one guy with a microphone.
I'm being oppressed.
Oh,
If we come to the Christian, if we cut to the vanity camera for a second,
vanity camera. That's a word for it. You can see me freezing my buns off.
the vanity camera is the one pointed at us. Skylar and I have the school colors on our mics, and Aiden's is a really red color, which means that we're more correct when it comes to talking about stuff.
Those with red in them, we famously don't really like.
Weren't you using the red mic for hours today?
No, I wasn't.
Not on
Let's
camera.
cut back to the race now.
Allegedly.
Jenna Carpenter jumps 5.6 meters for Lewis and Clark. Carissa Linder up next for Lewis and Clark. Looks like Nazaris Whaley from College of Idaho still handily in the lead here. Gaining space between the pack, actually. That man was built different.
Certainly built different than me,
Yes.
because I would have finished by now. Alright. As Graham has stepped away, let's check the old viewers, and they've gone up. This is a historic moment.
And there they go. Still in a good pack, although it is definitely starting to this point. Excuse my stamp.
Check back into women's long jump, our most recent update.
Looks like Carissa Linder from Lewis and Clark jumped 4.85 meters.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Do you want
and
to call the
announce
next one?
it. Oh, it's okay. You're already doing so well.
I just learned how to read, and I like showing it off.
Okay. We have a very advanced curriculum for Oregon Tech.
Here we see a shot of the finish line. And now we watch the runners. Looks like our camera operator is focused on the pack and not the leader, who is maybe 10, 20 meters ahead now.
My gosh, he
and
is.
pulling out. It looks like second place is also pulling away from the pack. Oh no, those are the stragglers. This is now
100
probably 30
yards.
meters ahead.
Let's see if he can
We
keep
should
that
all
pace up.
pick a different unit to talk about. You got yards, I get meters, you get furlongs.
To use those.
I'll talk about the tools he's outputting on the track. each step.
Amelia Chop from UBC jumps 5.19 meters. Adrian Washington, EOU, up next.
Thank you, Michelle, for clarifying that it is an oval. I think that is probably the most accurate way of describing it.
Amanda Brown, I appreciate
With the circle commentary.
I do have to reject the idea that it's an oval because an oval and a circle are both continuously round, even if there's different radiuses.
But isn't an oval a less precise shape than an ellipse? Isn't that just the best way to describe it?
Well, I think it's like a rectangle square thing. I think ellipses,
All ellipses are ovals, but not all ovals are ellipses.
no, I think it's the other way because I think an ellipse can also describe a circle. Either way,
That
we
is
see
true.
I'm not
Jonas
drunk enough
Hartline
for this
still in third
conversation,
place.
folks. I'm sorry.
Why do you keep coming back to us? There's an actual race going on right now that we could be watching.
Please move your big head. Thank you.
My head's not that big, man. Okay.
It's pretty large.
Adrian Washington from EOU jumped 5.3 meters, putting her in 6th place. Princess Brown, currently standing in 4th, is up next to jump.
He needs to buy custom-sized hats,
Yeah, I have to special order my hats.
along with his shoes. No man has ever had feet so small as Graham Wiltrout.
It all head.
It did. It's true.
They're actually very tall and very wide, just very short.
I see. He has duck flippers.
Pretty much.
We're going to put a poll in the chat. Would you rather us talk about Graham's feet or circles?
Let's move on.
Yeah, I. Oh, that's taken up.
Do we have the ability to put a poll in the chat?
I think so, maybe. We can.
That'd be too much power.
I don't really know if that's really a productive. You know what?
I
Do
would
it for
call it
viewer engagement.
Counterproductive.
Counterproductive. I mean, this is the we're currently watching. Oh no, is long jump still going on? Let's hear what's going on with long
Yeah,
jump.
let's check in with long jump. Let's see where that's standing. Princess Brown, 5.28 meters for Multnomah. We hear, if you pick up that radio sound, the production instructions from Christian, our esteemed leader for the
You know, Princess Brown recently jumped for 5.28 meters. For the longest time, the scores were consistently just below 5, and ever since that record was smashed, we're seeing a lot of high ones here in the finals.
Maybe they were holding back. They'd be better prepared and charged up for the national meet.
Or maybe it's that the finalists are better at it.
That could not possibly be it.
You're
How
right.
dare you undermine me live on the air?
Graham, you're lucky this is a PG stream.
Is it? We're under no obligations.
We can always change that.
I am drunk enough for this convo and team circles. Thank you, Amanda.
You could think about it as a bunch of smaller circles all put together. All right, let's go back to the actual event that we're here to cover. It looks like long jump has made a brief hiatus. They may be concluding. Let's check in with the men's 10,000 meter race.
That's a lot of.
Who counted all those?
I don't know.
Someone
What's
who could count
crazier
really
is,
high.
is somebody most likely counted it in yards, since that's what most people use, and then they had to convert it to 10,000 meters.
Yes,
What a
most
strange
people do
coincidence.
use yards.
Yeah. No, much like English, it's the universal language, and everybody
Yes.
uses it everywhere.
Yes. Yeah, Jonas Hartline, Oregon Tech Owls, still in third, maintaining a very healthy position with a close drafting position behind second place is Hayden Bostrom from College of Idaho. Less than a tenth of a second behind. He is right on his heels. But neither of them are on Nizar Swaley's heels from College of Idaho. He is nearly 10 seconds ahead, coming in at 16:53.17 in the final or the previous split.
I do appreciate the crowd's energy. They're still keeping it very exciting. They're very hype over there, which really is impressive.
So, tap water with coffee.
You know, it's really helping the energy of the entire stadium, I'm sure, firing these runners up. I wish we could have our crowd mic on them to add some atmosphere to the stream, but unfortunately, there are 2 people standing next to it having a conversation, so that's all you'd hear.
Yeah.
If you guys really want,
We can listen to their conversation. We can hear all the drama.
but I would need to see at least like 80 viewers for that.
Yeah, that's true. If you get the numbers up, we'll start listening to these people.
Oregon is a single party consent state for audio recording, but they do have to be aware, which I do not think that they are. Thank you for joining, Amanda Brown.
Appreciate it. You know, I would love to drink along with you, but unfortunately, I'm all out. That's the thing about day drinking is eventually you run out.
Do you call other name Michelle B or Michelle?
Michelle, you know, I'd like to think that it's like a, you know how when there's like a Mick something, they capitalize that letter, that it's one of those situations.
I wish I could be plastered right now, but courtesy of Mr. Ray.
You know, Amanda, I completely share your sentiment, but we're going to have to go vet it first. Because if it's not appropriate for the stream, we might get talked to later.
Looks like Jonas Hartline has fallen back a place with just 10 laps to go. There are also other athletes from other schools running, and we'll read their names and places now. Is Connor running? We'll read out all of the names for everyone who's in there. First place, Nazar Swaley from College of Idaho. Second place, Elias Everest from College of Idaho.
Cool name.
Hayden Boss from College of Idaho takes third. Jonas Hartline from Oregon Tech at fourth. Fifth place is Thomas Ogden from EOU. Cypress Wilson from College of Idaho in sixth. Will Krakow from College of Idaho in seventh. There's a lot of College of Idaho's in here. Brevin Vaughn, College of Idaho in eighth. Kate Cooch, Multnomah, ninth place. 10th place, Connor Alexander. Maybe that's who you're thinking of. Lewis and Clark. 11th place, Mark Tiersma from Evergreen. 12th is Clay Shoemaker from Lewis and Clark State. 13th, Alexander Fry, Lewis and Clark State. 14th, Bryson Kempton, Lewis and Clark State. Cameron Nielsen coming in 15th for Northwest. And Lucas Brown from College of Idaho in 16th. I think College of Idaho might be half of all of the contestants in this run.
You know, maybe they have nothing better to do when they aren't growing potatoes, but run very far. In fact, a whole part of their state is just kind of a line on the left side there. So maybe they just run down and back when they get bored.
Yeah.
Very interesting insight, Skyler.
Thank you.
If stereotypes are to be believed, there's not much else to do apart from farming.
Okay.
Let's make up a stereotype about Idahoans right now.
Let's do that. Let's do that. That's a great idea. This could not backfire.
Yeah, there's no possible way that generalizing a population of people into a single statement could ever backfire.
Not in the slightest.
And remember, my name is Ryan Hawley. Is Lucas running?
Lucas is running, actually.
Is Lucas running?
He sure is.
Yes. Lucas Brown, 16th place, College of Idaho. At the 6,000 meter mark, he was clocked in at 20 minutes, 23.88 seconds. And it looks like soon, or no, 2150.01 for the 6,400 meter mark.
Is Connor running? Let's take a look on. Did you check
We did. That's
Yeah,
why we
I
went
was
back.
super not listening to you.
Wow. You see what I got to deal with, guys?
Well, my job is to speak.
My job is to. Yeah. That was an incomplete statement.
I don't know why I'm here.
Here for, we need
Why
someone
are
to
any of
talk
us
over.
here, Aiden? Why are we here, man?
Do you think it was like the egg first? Or could it have been the chicken?
No, it's gotta have been the chicken.
I think
dude.
it has to have been the chicken.
What was gonna lay the egg?
Yeah, does the egg just appear? Probably not,
No,
right?
chicken's gotta lay it.
Unless the thing that laid the egg wasn't a chicken, and then the thing that hatched from that egg was the chicken.
But how could wasn't a chicken possibly have laid a chicken egg? Think with your brain, Skyler.
Well, it has to become a chicken at some point.
And it really depends on the background you come from, you know, different beliefs.
Right.
It's a really nuanced question. On a similar vein, I'm just not quite sure why it crossed the what?
If you'd like
Oh.
to in my hour of as much Jack Daniels as you can to 30
Aiden, we're taking your microphone, buddy. You could choose a better whiskey than that.
My personal religious belief is that Dr. Nagi Naganathan created the universe 76 years ago to hold Oregon Tech into an existence.
That's very true.
I invite you all to join me. Ooh, Aiden got called Red Mike. Oh, man. Oh,
Him with his red microphone.
Red Mike. We're going to put that on your name tag.
It's like
I've called much worse
Scarlet-
things.
the scarlet letter of microphones, truly.
Yes. Given to the kind volunteer taking time out of his weekend to come support this operation.
Go, Daniel! Got this. Come on, buddy.
By golly, they are still running. They'll keep running for 6 more laps.
Unless they don't feel like it. Believe it or not, they can stop at any time. They do this willingly.
Really?
Yes.
I thought for sure the officials had something against them.
No, I thought that the guy at the starting line holding the gun was forcing them to do it.
That would make sense.
Not all of those
He
rounds
fired
are
a warning
blanks.
shot, so
Yeah. All right, let's see if we can update our stats here for the latest information for timing.
God.
Are there still long jumping? Carly Bedard, Eastern Oregon University, 4.81 meters is our latest result. Rebecca DeChalk, UBC, 5.9, still in first. And we show up next, Amelia Shaw from UBC. Although I had thought that the event had concluded.
There's a jump right now.
That is crazy. Oh my god, dude. That was perfect timing. But now we have to wait like 30 seconds for them to measure it and then clock it in.
And we will say it out loud over here just in case you don't feel like reading those numbers.
Yes, reading is hard, especially when you've had as many margaritas as Amanda Brown.
That's true. And you know, we say that out of jealousy.
Yes, we really do. Amelia Chaw fouls. Adrian Washington, EOU up next.
Unfortunate.
For wait a second.
My gosh.
Nazar Swaley falls back to 7th place. Now, first place is Elias Everest.
Oh.
Hayden Bostrom in second. Brevin Vaughn in third. Jonas Hartline appears to be in fourth. Cyrus Wilson, 5th. Thomas Ogden, 6th. 7th, Nazar Swaley. 8th, Will Kaká. 9, Kate Cooch. 10, Mark Tiersma. 11, Clay Shoemaker. 12, Connor Alexander. 13th, Cameron Nielsen. 14th, Bryce Kempton. 15th, Alexander Fry. 16th, Lucas Brown.
Hey, Graham.
Hey, Skyler.
How loud do you think I can yell?
I don't know, but I think we should find out by yelling directly into the microphone.
You have never had a better idea.
As your de facto lawyer, I advise you not to.
I think we should let Michelle be the judge of how loud you can get.
Michelle is the standing director. This race is coming close to an end. Looks like there are less than 4 laps to go.
I will say, all of these runners look like they run distance.
They sure do.
If they didn't have the jersey on and I spotted them in public, I bet I could guess. Not only that they ran track, but the specific event that they run. Do you think it would improve or be detrimental to your time if you were to juggle during the entire 10K?
You know, I think it should take time off your lap if you're able to do that. You know, like an item in Mario Kart, if you start falling behind, you should have the option to make up that time in some
You get
other
like
way.
5,000ths of a second for each juggle cycle you get.
Something like that, or if you do an entire lap without dropping the ball, then you don't have to do another lap. That counts for 2 laps.
Yeah.
Or if you use a bicycle, you could just get a time penalty at the end.
A bicycle, true.
I want to see a unicycle event.
I want to see a 10K unlimited category
Yeah.
that allows any non-motorized vehicles or items to be used.
I want to see.
I know where I could get a horse and wagon.
Yeah. See a track event or a conference where the athletes get special permission to use any drugs, so we can see just how fast a human can really
That's
go.
true. And picture that with the combination of allowing any items, vehicles, etc. that they may want to bring with them. That could be something spectacular.
You mean a track?
Again, I'm suggesting all these athletes do drugs. My name is Ryan Hall.
Man, Ryan,
You're a bad
you
egg.
only show up when someone says something really terrible.
And they're still going. 2 more laps for some of them, more for others, I think.
Some of us have been out here since 9 a.m. I'd just like to thank the chat for being here and not reporting us to the Department of Labor.
I'll point out Skylar was not here at 9 a.m. That was Ryan.
That's true. I was at that time taking a shower. Take a look at that mosquito we've got on the box. Someone should smash that.
Yes, mosquito.
It's a pretty large mosquito, I gotta say.
You're gonna use a microphone clip and try and crunch it.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to clamp it.
We
Oh,
should drop
it almost worked.
to the end of this.
Oh my goodness.
Right,
we are
and
And
down
we've
to
just
the
passed the
last
half-hour
lap.
mark, folks.
No, that's 2 more laps to go. Jonas Hartline falls back to 5th place for the only Oregon Tech Owl in the race. Elias Everest still in first. Hayden Bostrom right behind him, followed by Brevin Vaughn and Cyrus Wilson.
You know, being one of the highest in elevation schools in the entire conference, I would have expected to see more Owls out here running today, given that we have a bit of a home field advantage.
Maybe even highest elevation in the world.
That's true. We have microphones.
Yes.
As we've established, that makes us correct.
Well, of course, at a whopping 4,280 feet above sea level.
Yep.
Continent of North America.
Let's see if Amanda's dropped any more bangers in the chat.
We have a Go Yotes from Michelle. Unfortunately, Yotes are not my team. I must say, go Hustling Owl, Jonas Hartline.
You know, it's hustling. There's
Hustlin'.
no hard G on that one. There's an apostrophe.
For
What are you,
you,
a square?
It's Hustling. Hustling is our
Yes, of course. I don't know if we should, cut.
yeah, Jamie.
New subject.
All right.
Last
The
lap.
lap.
Maybe they didn't ring the bell,
All right.
but somebody yelled it.
We'll actually start talking about the race again. Elias Everest in first, followed by Hayden Bostrom, and Brevin Vaughn, Cyrus Wilson, Jonas Hartline. All 1 lap to go. It looks like it's going to be about a 32-minute finish for first. It looks like in this race there have been 2 lappings. Lappings is.
We've had quite a few shakeups. Ooh, it looks like we have 2 of our runners complete the race.
Looks like Nizar Swaley had a very strong first half of the race, but did fall apart towards the end. It looks like Hayden Bostrom finishes first place with a time of 31 minutes, 53.82 seconds, followed by Elias Everest in second for College of Idaho, 31 minutes, 54.68 seconds. Just in third place, just crossed the line. It looks like Brevin Vaughn, also from College of Idaho.
And 4th place, another College of Idaho runner. Man, what a team.
And then our very own Jonas Hartline in 5th place. Looks like third, Brevin Vaughn ran a 32:24.93.
You know what I find embarrassing, Graham? It took
face.
Oh! It took 4 students from the College of Idaho to beat 1 Oregon Tech Owl.
That is embarrassing. They also had another right behind him, trying to catch seals.
What a stain on their legacy.
It really is. Their first, second, third, and fourth place finish is going to mar their legacy forever.
It's true. They're going to say bad things about that, I'm sure.
All right, it looks like I believe some of the final athletes are on their last lap now.
I don't see anyone yakking at the finish line. Always great to see.
All right, I believe everyone is on their last lap now. Looks like Cade Cooch just came in, 10th place for Multnomah. Next is allegedly Clay Shoemaker, depending on whether or not he got passed in the last lap.
I wonder if he makes his own shoes.
You know, I'm sure his family did. That is how last names work.
I wonder if they made Shums.
Oh, perhaps.
Clay Shoemaker in for the finish. Connor Alexander looks to be up next for 12th place for Lewis and Clark. I did notice he started slowing down before the finish line. That is his own decision. Clay Shoemaker set a PR for his 11th place finish for Lewis and Clark State at 33 minutes, 59.5 seconds.
The energy is
Eight.
getting quite high as we have a couple more of our runners finishing the race.
That may have just been a end of the race upset between Alexander Fry and Cameron Nielsen. Or, yeah,
We've got
Alexander Fry just passed Cameron Nielsen in the last 10 meters of the race, seizing 14th place.
We've got a bit of a cuddle party at the finish line here for a lot of our Lewis Clark State students.
Here we have Lucas Brown, our final athlete, crossing the finish line. And there he goes. He gets
Somebody might want to find out to get a ambulance.
Time.
I wish I could cuddle with them.
Nothing stopping you. I don't think they have the energy to fight you off. Oh my gosh, and that concludes our last running event, and I do believe our last event for the night.
Good night, everybody. We'll remember you all in therapy.
And tomorrow for part 2.
Don't remind me about that.
If you didn't hear earlier, men's discus, because hammer throw went very long today, men's discus was moved to tomorrow at 9 a.m., so that is officially a part of the schedule now.
All right, in a moment here, we'll read out the final standings from the men's 10K. Meanwhile, the women's long jump is wrapping up. Carly Bedard from EOU last jumped 4.87 meters. First place, see up next.
Should we get a little post-run interview?
I'm sure that's what he wants right now. Amelia Cha jumps 5.24 meters, landing in 7th place. Adrian Washington, EOU, up next. It looks like the unofficial final standings for the men's 10K are as follows. First place, Hayden Bostrom, College of Idaho, finishes 31 minutes, 53.82 seconds. Second place, Elias Evers, College of Idaho, 31:54.68. Third place, Brevin Vaughn, College of Idaho, 32 minutes, 24.93 seconds. Fourth place, Cyrus Wilson, College of Idaho, 32 minutes, 31.01 seconds. Fifth place, Jonas Hartline, our very own Hustlin' Owl here at Oregon Tech, running 32 minutes, 36.03 seconds. Sixth, Nazar Swaley, College of Idaho, 32 minutes, 45.10 seconds. He had a very strong first half of the race, though, in first place by 20 meters for quite a while.
Oh, yes.
Seventh place, Thomas Ogden, EOU, 32 minutes, 45.44 seconds. Eighth place, Wilker Kaw, College of Idaho, 33 minutes, 6.96 seconds. Ninth place, Mark Tiersma, Evergreen University, 33 minutes, 13.33 seconds. 10th place, Cade Cooch, Multnomah, 33 minutes, 36.19 seconds. 11th place, Clay Shoemaker from Lewis and Clark with the PR of 33 minutes, 59.85 seconds. 12th place, Connor Alexander, Lewis and Clark State, 34 minutes, 7.41 seconds. 13th, Bryson Kempton, Lewis and Clark State, 34 minutes, 14.48 seconds. 14th place, Alexander Fry, Lewis and Clark State, 34 minutes, 23.27 seconds. 15th, Cameron Nielsen, Northwest University, 34 minutes, 24.13 seconds. 16th, Lucas Brown, College of Idaho, 34 minutes, 53.71 seconds. Looks like Adrian Washington jumped 5.16 meters for EOU. Maya Pappas from Bushnell up next for women's long jump. Good night, Amanda. All right. My boss, 5.22 meters on her latest jump, Princess Brown, Multnomah. Currently in 4th place, up for the next long jump for the women.
Ladies and gentlemen, direct your attention down at the podium. For the award ceremony, 10,000 meters. It's an all kinds of honor. In 4th place, with a time of 33:24 meters, Brother Don. Second place, with a time of 39:54.68. The Western Conference 10,000 meter champion, the time of 31:52.82.
Looks like Princess Brown's result is in 5.3 meters for Multnomah. Abby Stevens currently in 3rd for SOU, jumping next.
We still have one more event to be. This is the result of round 5 of the long jump.
It's like a legal jump. We have the white flag there for Abby Stevens. Moment we will have action. Looks like Abby Stevens clocked in at 5.28 meters, putting her in 3rd place. Next up is the 2nd place contestant from Lewis and Clark State, Jenna Carpenter. Getting ready to jump. All right, we'll have the jump results in a moment here for Jenna Carpenter from Lewis and Clark. Looks like that was 5.53 meters, maintaining for 2nd place. Next up, Lillian Guzman, Multnomah University. Lillian Guzman just jumped for Multnomah. We'll have the measurement here in a minute. Saw the white flag, so it looks like it was a legal jump. Looks like Lillian Good jumped 4.96 meters. Carly Bedard, Eastern Oregon, up next. Again, this is the finals for women's long jump for the Cascade Collegiate Conference. This is the last event that we have for the day. Tomorrow, we will have discus, several of the other distance events. We'll have javelin, and a handful of other things, but my schedule is not loading. Looks like we're about to get Carly Bedard's result. Just a minute here. Should have Carly's result. Looks like Carly Bedard jumped 4.81 meters. Amelia Cha from UBC up next. See what Amelia Cha has here in a moment. She's running, takes off, lands, and that's a white flag from the line judge. Again, latest mark, Carly Bedard, EOU, 4.81, awaiting Amelia Cha from UBC's result, which just came in 5.01 meters. Looks like Adrian Washington from EOU just jumped 5.08 meters. Maya Papas from Bushnell up next. Looks like Maya Papas from Bushnell just jumped 5.48 meters. Up next, Princess Brown from Multnomah. We'll say now, thank you all for joining us today. It has been a good stream. It's been a good meet. We look forward to picking it up day 2 tomorrow at whatever the scheduled time is. If you're interested in watching, there might be a link on the channel, or you could tune in. It's probably going to be around 2 o'clock again, 2 p.m., and we'll pick it up. I believe the events don't start until then, but looks like we're still waiting on Princess Brown for Multnomah's latest jump.
11 a.m. Actually, there's a graduation ceremony at 10:15. I'm not sure what that refers to, but 11 a.m. is when javelins. Actually, 9 a.m. is when discus starts. So we'll see that then.
All right, I guess we'll see it bright and early, 9 a.m. for discus and javelin. Apparently, in the middle of tomorrow, there's going to be a graduation event. We have no idea what that could be, because graduation at Oregon Tech is not till the middle of June. Princess Brown from Multnomah just jumped 5.14 meters. Up next, Abby Stevens, SOU, currently in 3rd. First place is still held down from Rebecca Duchok from UBC at 5.9 meters. I don't know how much a meter is, but 5.9 sounds like a lot. Abby Stevens appears to foul out on the women's long jump. Jenna Carpenter from Lewis and Clark State is up next. It looks like we are down to the last couple throws here. Or throws, jumps, my bad. Looks like Rebecca Duchok and Jenna Carpenter have both qualified for the NAIA Nationals. Looks like Abby Stevens set a PR, and Carly Bedard has set a season record. Looks like Jenna Carpenter just landed. We'll see what her result is momentarily. Looks like a foul. Rebecca Duchok up, defending her title. Not title, defending her high score here. We'll see what she does here in a moment. Looks like she has passed on her final jump. Now, it looks like that may be the conclusion of our broadcast here today. I want to say thank you all for joining us. We'll see you, it looks like, at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Let me double check the schedule here. We hope you will all join us again. It has been a blast so far. Thank you for joining us here at Oregon Tech Broadcasting for the Cascade Collegiate Conference Finals, Day 1, here in Klamath Falls, hosted at the John F. Mull Stadium. That's Day 1 concluded. Graham Wilchout, Owl Sports Network, signing off.